Tuck it under. Get it all snug under.
He said he'll be here in 1 minute. We'll go ahead and so we can get started.
Awesome. I'm ready to hear.
Yeah. What's your name?
Like Savannah.
Short, simple. Oh, I mean, good evening. I'm calling to order the October 14th, 2021 Trinity County Planning Commission meeting. It is 6 o'clock. So it has been asked that item number 3, the annual initial variance CCV-20-59 be put to the end of the meeting. So we're going to swap item number 3 with item number, we're just going to put 3 to the end and then go proceed to number 4 and then 5 and then 3. So top of the order is public comment. During the public comment period, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matters not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter of the Planning Commission. Is there any public comment? Is there anyone in the foyer that has public comment? Oh.
May I?
Yes, please.
Decided to do a quick one. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I just wanted to express our appreciation. I'm from District 1 to Commissioner McHugh and your many years of service. I know we've come down on different sides at times, but we've always appreciated your thoughtful input and wish you the best in the future. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I just walked in late, but it sounds like Commissioner McHugh may be moving on. I might have missed that.
News to me, but
Oh, no.
Greener pastures.
this will be my last meeting.
Well, yes, I sat on the commission for a time with Commissioner McHugh and learned a lot from him. And Mike, it's been a pleasure working with you. And again, don't always see eye to eye on everything, but you know, I found you to be a fair person and definitely love this place that we all call home and tried to make it better. So thank you for your efforts.
Is there any public comment on Zoom?
We do have a raised hand from Philadelphia.
Okay.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Veronica Kelly Alves, Douglas City. I am taken aback by Mr. McHugh's leaving. I too wanted to take a moment to say thank you for your service to the county and all of the all who have your wisdom, your and your commitment to making sure that there is good planning, good thought, and just everything. So I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you for your service to Trinity County. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no more public comment, we'll move on to item number 1, the minutes to approve meeting minutes for September 9th, 2021.
I'll make a motion. Pass the minutes.
To what?
Pass the minutes.
To approve the minutes. Okay, there's a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the minutes as they are. All those in favor of approving the minutes for September 9th, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I'll abstain on this one. Because I was not at the first part of that meeting. My Zoom was not Zooming.
Yes, there was 4 ayes and 1 abstain.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2, and on that item, I have recused myself, so I will leave the room. No.
All right. Well, as co-chair, I'm going to fill in for Duncan as he's recused himself, and I just ask for you guys' patience. This will be my first time. So, item 2 is modification revocation of conditional use permit P-97-32. Consideration and modification or revocation of conditional use permit for the Smith Pit tailing line as provided by Trinity County Code, Section 17.32.070C. The Planning Commission may revoke or modify a condition use permit upon a determination that the use is being conducted. 1, in the manner detrimental to the public safety or welfare. 2, in the manner which constitute a public nuisance. Or 3, in violation of any condition imposed by the Planning Commission. On July 7, 2021, this item has been remanded to the Planning Commission on appeal by the Board of Supervisors for a decision. Trinity Sand and Gravel is the current operator of the mining operation located at 125 Egan Flat Road, Junction City. Assessor's parcel number 012-120-62, 63, and 64. Staff have anything to report?
Staff does. Okay, I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. There was a revised resolution that was provided to the Planning Commission. It is revised, several additions based on the history of this project for your review. And there was a memo that was released yesterday, I believe. Was posted on the web, it was sent out, and that contains 2 additional items. One is a memo from Fish and Wildlife, and I'm sorry, there's so much information here. And then a comment letter from the appellant's representative, Jeffrey Swanson. Mr. Chair, I do ask that if we could take just a few-minute break. I don't seem to have the staff report I need, and I can get it online, so I need to hook up my computer. So we can take some time to look over that resolution maybe, and I'll get this hooked up. Just a short recess.
All right, we're going to take a short recess, say 5 minutes.
That'd be perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you.
If I had some documents to give to the clerk, do I hand it to you? Thank you so much for this, ma'am. Yes. Hey, I like that idea.
As soon as they were there, I'm like, it's right there. I don't really know much, but I can
It takes a minute to hold up. That's what it is with mine.
I lost 3
I like it.
It Good
something in and we're good.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And we're going to give the staff some time to present their report.
Excuse me, Chair. Apparently the county website was down yesterday and folks haven't had a chance to review the updated resolution or the Fish and Wildlife letter. Perhaps those could be read aloud or something. But it didn't make it into the staff report in time. Folks haven't had a chance to see it.
Now, Mr. Brower, the resolution was handed out tonight, so the current copy should be available in the room. And the Fish and Wildlife letter was sent out in a letter from staff yesterday, but I found that that same letter is in the packet, in the letter from the attorney that was working with the community. I forget her name, Shannon? And I found the letter in your material, so that it has been published.
I have it and it's Debbie, did you happen to pick up any papers when you were over here? Okay, this item is an appeal. This matter has been remanded back to the Planning Commission from the Board of Supervisors. This item was heard previously by the Planning Commission on April 8th, 2021 and March 25th. It was heard by the Planning Commission on July 7th, 2021. The Board of Supervisors on July 7th, 2021. The property owner is Trinity Sound and Gravel. The location is Junction City. The zoning of the mining operation, which is referred to as the Smith Pit 2 Tailings Project, which was use permit P9732, is open space with the overlay zone of floodway and a 100-year floodplain. The surrounding zoning varies. To the north, it is Bureau of Land Management, which is open space zoning and resource general plan. To the south is residential / undeveloped properties, zoned rural residential 10 with a rural residential general plan. To the east, residential zoning and BLM, which is RR5 and open space zoning with rural residential and resource general plan designation. And to the west, residential zoning, rural residential 2.5, or residential uses, zoning rural residential 2.5 acre minimum, and rural residential general plan. Tonight, the staff recommends that the Planning Commission receive a staff report, hold a public hearing to receive public comment, provide public comment, close the public hearing, and consider the matter and make a motion with findings to either revoke or modify conditional use permit 9732. The recommendation of staff is to encourage the Planning Commission to consider modification of the conditional use permit. However, should the Planning Commission make a decision to revoke the land use entitlement, a draft resolution has been presented to you, and we discussed that there were some changes to that resolution that were provided this evening. Because of the volume of material, which you have just seen me try to go through and lose something 3 times, many of the items were referenced that are applicable to the issue were posted on the website and not reprinted due to the huge volume of items, even without adding past staff reports. I think our pages came in at about 200, 300, yes, very large. So there is there's been quite a history with this project, and so I will briefly go over that once I find my staff report again. Which I have lost again. The Smith Pit Tailings Reclamation Project, I'm actually going to go off of just memory since I still, there we go. I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you for tagging it. So, okay, so background. Approximately 500,000 cubic yards of slag material was imported by Caltrans to the Smith Pit tailings site under emergency declaration due to the French Creek slide in the winter of 2017. At the time, State Highway 299 was blocked and there was immediate need to clear the high priority route. Limited areas exist within the region that can receive slide material. At the time, the Smith Pit tailings pit was identified as a site where slide material could be stockpiled during the emergency closure of Highway 299. The Smith Pit is subject to the Surface Mine and Reclamation Act. Originally, this operation was to be approximately a 20-year operation with a scoop and haul approach to reclaiming a site that had been impacted by past mining activities. There was a use permit issued in 97, that's the P9732, and that was a conditional use permit. That conditional use permit included a flood development permit and a reclamation plan. Now, a reclamation plan is a document that is required by the Surface Mine and Reclamation Act. That is SMARA, the state law, and we have that in county code as well. With the reclamation plan, the concept of a reclamation plan, and I'm going to put this in very simple terms, is if you do this disturbance and create this operation, I'll call it a mess. It's not a mess, but just for simple terms, you create this mess, then you have to have a plan to clean it up. And you have to have an end result of what that site is going to be. And then in the meantime, there's something called a financial assurance cost estimate and a financial assurance cost mechanism. So a FACE and FAM is what we call those. So the FACE basically is something that's annual, that's a cost estimate. It basically says your price to clean up this mess, for lack of a better term, is going to be this much to achieve the end result of what you have said will be the use after the reclamation is complete. And that can vary. The use can be varied. It can, in this case, it's habitat restoration. And so the mine, the Smith Pit is subject to SMARA and does have a reclamation plan. So the conditional use permit says you can have this use conditionally, the mining operation, under these conditions. The flood development permit says you can develop in the floodplain for this with these conditions. And the reclamation plan says we understand this is your operation, this is what can occur on the site, and this is the end result and how you will achieve that. Whether it's revegetation, a specific seed mix, what's going to be moved. The reclamation plan for this particular project is fairly straightforward and simple. And that has been provided to you. But just to put that in perspective of what these documents are and what they do, I want to emphasize each, the purpose of each. The Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, SMARA, is located in Public Resource Code sections 2710 through 2796. It was adopted in 1975. So the purpose of SMARA is to provide a comprehensive surface mining and reclamation policy with the regulation of surface mining operations to assure that adverse environmental impacts are minimized and mine lands are reclaimed to a usable condition. So in Trinity County, the county implements the Surface and Mine and Reclamation Act. Okay. So the site has operated for several years and it had different phases. However, after the 2017 slide material being imported to the site, complaints dramatically increased. And we've tracked those and categorized them in the planning department. There's been many, hundreds of complaints received. After the slide material was received, one of the conditions of receiving the slide material, or one of the discussions, I don't know if there's condition, or it was just something that was discussed, was that the approved CUP, conditional use permit, needed to be amended to address the changes in the site. And so the applicant, Trinity Sand and Gravel, did submit an amendment in 2018 to amend the use permit, which has, until the last year, was slowly moving forward. So one of the attachments in your memo that was provided, the second memo, is a letter from Fish and Wildlife. That was a pre-consultation visit to the site for that application to amend the use permit. it was not a violation or anything they went out to find. It was only a pre-consultation at the request of staff to say, hey, can you come look at the site and give us some ideas before we start the CEQA process. So that memo was included. It wasn't originally included because it was for the application to amend, which you have not seen yet. So ongoing complaints were received and continue to be received for the existing sand and gravel mining operation. As I mentioned, this is a county-approved mining operation. It has a use permit, a flood development permit, and a reclamation plan. After receiving complaints, this item was on the agenda for the Planning Commission's October 9th, 2020 meeting based on a request for staff for direction on how to proceed. And the direction given on October 9th, 2020 was to place the matter on the agenda for potential modification or revocation of the CUP. Modification or revocation of the CUP, the conditional use permit, is language that comes from our code. And that is something that can, a modification would be allowing the conditional use permit to continue with modified conditions. And revocation would be revoking the conditional use permit altogether. And in that case, reclamation would need to begin immediately on the site. Planning staff during this time has monitored and visited the site, but no formal violation notices were issued. The SMART program was until 2021, very recently, currently administered by, or was administered by the Department of Transportation. A SMART mine inspection on the site was scheduled for April 8th, 2021, but was canceled. Beginning in January 28, 2019, in the recent past, staff did visit the site several times. It was noted that hours of operation for truck traffic was violated. There are specific hours in the conditional use permit where operations can occur. Based on complaints also about operating on weekends, which is prohibited by the conditions of the use permit, staff visited the site several times, kind of a drive-by, informal. You did not see anything occurring, but oftentimes that was later in the day. So with that, David, do you have anything to add? Yes, that was, I'm sorry.
My name is David Colbeck, Environmental Compliance Specialist 2 for the Department of Transportation and Interim Deputy Director of Operations for the Department of Transportation. Kim, I believe, did a very good job in describing, at least setting up this conversation, and specifically SMARA, the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act. My role is as the SMARA inspector for the county, and so that falls on me to be conducting inspections annually, as well as updating any financial assurance documentation. I have been part of these discussions in past meetings and have been given presentations related to my role and SMARA, both in October of 2020, as well as all the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisor meetings that have followed that. So I don't wish to take up much of your time, but I want you to know that I am available here to answer any direct questions that you may have.
Thank you, David.
So I'm really hoping that if you have any questions, I can answer it. There's a lot of history with this project, and it's difficult since you has become before the Planning Commission several times. I know we have a new Planning Commissioner. Any questions on the process? There's a lot of material that you reviewed. Anything I can assist with or attempt to answer?
Well, one of the questions I had is there's a document that says that the county has an account with an surety for to clean up the site.
Correct.
How much is that amount?
That number is in the files, that is in front of you, so I believe it's about $3,900, something in that range. It's slightly less than $4,000 to conduct the reclamation.
I've got $3,864.26.
That
Yes.
sounds correct, yes.
And that's the financial assurance mechanism I mentioned.
Thank you for explaining it. How can that possibly be enough to clean this site?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
So with that question, my question was, if the site is closed, who does the reclamation?
If the site is closed, so when the financial assurance mechanism is issued, it's issued in the state's names and the county's name. So the county may come in, ideally it's the operator that completes the reclamation.
With his $3,000?
Yes,
So it would be left to the state and county to clean up?
So
that is possible, yes.
ultimately, we would have to pay for the cleanup if that $3,000 is used up.
Inadequate.
I will highlight that that's not a surety that we will actually have to do that as one potential outcome. There are other options that have been explored, such as potentially Trinity River Restoration Program incorporating this particular parcel into one of their ongoing projects currently under design. That is one potential. There is the potential, of course, for this CUP to be reapplied for in the future. That is a process that may be pursued. So in terms of the actual liability to the county to clean up this slide material, say specifically, and only specifically that, not in relation to any of the other materials that are currently on site. By that I mean currently processed material or unprocessed material. So there are options in the future, I wish to say, that is not specifically related to the county doing cleanup work. Again, that may be a potential. I just wanted you to know that that's not a surety. And with respect also to the reclamation plan and that bond, understand that the reclamation plan, as this mine operation first began, was simply to regrade, pull back a berm along the river corridor that currently separates the mine operation from the Trinity River, to reslope the remaining material on site that had not been processed, and to reseed, to bring the site back to basically a floodplain condition that the river would be able to access. So it was a very limited reclamation plan in the very beginning.
Is the information correct that there's high levels of lead and other hazardous materials now stored on that site?
No, I do not believe that's true. The reports that I have is that lead has not, or asbestos specifically, is not a significant factor in the materials that have been brought on site. That was a concern not only for the main slide material that is principally of discussion here, other slide material that had been brought in on another slide on 299, those tests have come back as to not be of significant concern.
Thank you.
How far along did the amendment of use get, or was it ever, there was never an approval for
No,
the amended use permit in 18, correct?
correct.
And that process is just in limbo?
Correct.
Okay.
There's never been an amendment to the reclamation plan. Is that true? For phase 2, the phase 2 reclamation.
Right, because it was done in phases. So for phase 2, I don't believe so.
There has not been an amendment to that plan, no.
So the original scoop and haul stands?
The original language in the reclamation plan as it stands was scoop and haul, yes.
What is the plan with the 500,000 cubic yards of material brought there? What's going to happen with that?
I believe the operator will have to answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Understand, just to address that though, when you're SMARA, the Surface Mining Act, it basically comes into effect when you're dealing with a certain volume of material, or that if you're processing it for commercial sale. So if either of those conditions are met that basically triggers SMARA, then you would have to re-engage with that SMARA process. In order to do that, that would be the development of environmental documentation, the development of a new reclamation plan that is specific to the site, and any other subsequent financial assurances, as well as the adoption of a new conditional use permit that authorizes those activities through that planning process.
So, just so I'm understanding it, if they sell any of the material, they then trigger a SMARA.
Correct, up to, there's a certain minimum there, and I do not have that in front of me now, but just for example, so please do not hold me to it, but if they were to say, scoop that material and sell it and reach a point of more than $5,000, then that would trigger SMARA as qualifying as a mining operation.
Thank you.
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kim,
Yes.
you said that basically there have been no, in the violations, you said there were no, what was the word that you used? Written violations or
Yes,
something?
no notices of violations, no written violations issued to the operator.
Okay, but there are some noticeable, or there are some violations in regards to some of the trucking.
Yes, they were observed, and by our associate planner who wrote a memo regarding those violations and took pictures, and those are attachmented to the resolution.
Correct, but, well, okay, when the violations were documented and stuff like that, what happened with the situation, with the violation at that point? Just nothing, or was it ever addressed to Mr. Buick?
It was verbally communicated, but it was not communicated in a written. It was just, we're getting these complaints, and this is an issue. I did conduct a site visit. We got complaints about additional equipment being on the site. There were conversations regarding the situation, but nothing in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Did those conversations include discussions of rock crusher and maintenance of equipment at the site and such?
Yes, they did. And that's what I was out on site to confirm was not present at the operation. That's one of the visits I made, was to ensure that a rock crusher was not on site. There was a screener on site, but there was no rock crusher when I visited.
Did you have a conversation about a rock crusher being brought there for maintenance, not at the time you were there?
Yes, there was a confirmation, and we have that in an email, that the former owner, Clint Robeson, did bring a rock crusher to the site. And we did get pictures of that coming over the hill when it left the site. We got notice that it was heading back to Weaverville. When I inquired about the rock crusher, I was told it was just there to use the scale. And then it was maintenanced over the weekend, which is prohibited by the use permit specifically. There's supposed to be no maintenance except an emergency situation on a site. And then it headed back over to Weaverville into the industrial park. And I did follow it. I do have pictures of that. And that was communicated. There is email exchanges regarding that incident.
And that was on June 22nd of 2020?
That sounds correct, yes.
I noticed in some of the, sorry, I'm digging through all this paperwork.
No, that's your job. Thank you.
I noticed there's a comment in here that there had been a rock crusher on site for over 20 years.
Yes, that is my understanding. I've been on board since July 2019, so there's quite a history. And yes, there has been a rock crusher on site repeatedly over the years.
And is that a violation?
That would be a violation, correct.
Thank you.
When you mentioned the rock crusher, because there's a difference between a screening machine and a rock crusher.
Yeah, a screener is allowed on site
Okay.
per the conditional use permit
Okay.
and the reclamation plan. A rock crusher is not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
one screener.
One screener, correct.
If I could add to that just briefly, there's a difference between a grizzly type screener, which is essentially a passive method to screen out different sizes of rock, as well as a wash plant, which is something altogether different, a much larger piece of equipment that may use water in order to separate materials. So between the question of the type of operation is scoop and haul, any screening activities that are allowable, screening activities that are not, such as a wash plant, and then the idea of rock crushing. All of those are being discussed here.
Correct.
And it is a grizzly that's on site, not the water one?
My understanding is a wash plant is actually on site or has been on site during this time. A grizzly as well. So my role is not so much the use permit conditions and that language, but it's more the reclamation plan. Just to make that clear, there's a slight difference, but they should dovetail, they should agree with each other. The operation is allowed to have a grizzly type screener, but nothing more. Nothing more.
The use permit is the planning commission, or the planning department, planning commission jurisdiction.
So when you're talking about the grizzly, because I saw the photo of the grizzly on there and a loader dumping into it. And then just shortly before I ate my supper, I actually walked down into the mine itself there this evening because I've never seen it before. There's a big screening plant that's there. Is that allowed in? Is that the violation that is allowed, that screening there where it separates and it goes off to the two different things? Is that one technically allowed, or is it just strictly more the grizzly style?
I do not have the reclamation plan or the use permit in front of me, unfortunately. So do you know, David?
I did not come prepared with that documentation either. My understanding is that, again, that the grizzly type is allowed. A wash plant is not allowed. And I would caution anybody in this room that that is private property and probably should not be entered unless under agreement with the property owner.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see a sign, but it's like, so I'm sorry.
I understand. I don't mean to chastise you, but that is for the general public.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
In the future, if you'd like to see a site, we're always happy to arrange it.
Okay, okay. Okay, yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
Is there any further questions? Okay, I think we're going to open it up for public comment. Three minutes per person.
Hi, I'm Colleen O'Sullivan. I'm a resident of Beaverville, and I worked at the planning department for a really long time. And I just wanted to provide some information on the history of the opposition to mining in this particular area. Back in the 90s, late 90s, after Jim Smith had finished doing what he wanted to do with those tailings, I believe that the Chagdat Gumpa bought it and wanted to also do some rock crushing and processing on the property. And so they submitted a use permit application, and I worked on it. And there was tremendous opposition to this proposal, all the way to where the planning department hosted a meeting at the Grange down in Junction City, and everybody came, including Chagdat Gumpa personnel, and everybody had a chance to speak and express their concerns with dust and silica in the air, the traffic and the degradation of Red Hill Road, the proximity to the school, and various other concerns. To the point where at the end of the meeting, Chagdat Gumpa said, we're going to withdraw, we don't want to do this, we want to be part of the community, not against the community. So the folks down in Red Hill Road have been opposed to this kind of use in the middle of a residential public facility area for a really long time. This is not from the last couple of years, not even from 2017. It's almost 25 years since they've been opposed to this. So I hope you take that into consideration when you deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, William Shaw, and I am a resident right there on Red Hill Road adjacent to this operation. For over 20 years, I've seen it every day. I want to thank you for allowing us to come again and present this to you. This mining operation and the operators have knowingly violated the explicit limits of this operation for 25 years. Everything you've heard right now, you can hear violation after violation after violation. It continued, even though we continued to write letters, come before the Board of Supervisors, come before the Planning Commission. It continued. This was to be a scoop and haul. It was never a scoop and haul. It was always violations. It started that way. There's equipment all over that place. I've seen oil dumps. I've seen them working in the stream, personally. This operation knowingly is unsafe, and it has been continuously for all that time. At a recent Board of Supervisors meeting, the lawyer, a noise specialist, and the owner all lied to the Board of Supervisors. They provided a vehicle that was modified to quiet that vehicle down, so that when they did the sound test, it passed. It was a lie. That's not the vehicles that we have seen for 25 years, going past our school, past our homes, past our animals. They provided this information on the sound test, but it wasn't right. They lied, and clearly it shows the willingness of this group to continue with their ongoing falsehoods and presenting this to the county. They're all liars. It's gone on long enough. Trinity County has failed to protect us. The citizens, protecting the citizens by allowing this operation to continue. It's grossly negligent on your part for Trinity County. It's your responsibility to end this. It's your responsibility to go back for Clint and sue him and have that removed. It's his responsibility. He put it there, not the current owner. That $500,000 was never intended to be right there in a wildlife habitat where we're doing rehab of the river. Now the comment is, let Trinity River Restoration move 500,000 cubic yards of soil. They're not going to move that. So the state needs to come back in. Somebody needs to go after the state who put that in there and have them remove it to where it should have been at Eagle Rock in the first place. It's time that you revoke this permit and end this for the county, for our community of Junction City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Liz McIntosh, Junction City. Your packets have hundreds of pages of letters, history, and documentation about how we got here today, and indeed it is years in the making that we're here. Honestly, it's laughable to me that Trinity Sand and Gravel continues to make any claims about due process. When this business was bought in 2018, we could appreciate the amendment request since the new owner wanted a concrete batch plant. But the request also illustrated just how much substantial deviation without prior approval was occurring. This is grounds for revocation. What's most important today is the recognition that the new owner has continued to operate equipment and engage in activities before receiving an approval for amendment. He has stated several times on the public record that a prior director said he could operate as his predecessor had. However, you all have a letter in your packet from that prior director, and she said no such thing. In January of 2019, Judd Buick contracted with Caltrans to bring in over 30,000 cubic yards of material with toxic levels of lead. He stated on the record that he didn't know there was lead. He said that it was standard language on the contract and that he revoked the contract before any material went in. None of this is true. You have emails and public records that say otherwise, including the March 25th PC meeting where Director Tippett confirms again that he stopped that activity. Further, Director Tippett pointed out that no formal approval was given to the site from the county for the Big French Creek slide material as TS&G claims. While it's shameful that no violations have been issued to this site over the years, it does not justify modification. This owner entered into an agreement and should be held responsible for not adhering to it regardless of the regulators. From operating at all hours, repeatedly bringing in crushers, using a wash plant, having a bone pile, expanding the mining area, to storing hazardous waste in the floodplain, working within the riparian buffer during spawning season, not updating the financial assurances, and dramatically increasing the truck traffic with no cover, sometimes spilling rocks onto the road. This operation has become a Frankenstein of what it was meant to be. Scoop and haul reclamation, no processing on site. All this has occurred under this ownership, and yet the only CEQA document we know of is the mitigated neg deck approved for Phase 1 in 1995. They haven't complied with CDFW's request, and they only just applied for an industrial stormwater permit this year from the Water Board. The EPA reports in your packets show substantial increases in carcinogenic dust over the past 6 years on this site, and county staff acknowledges that there is serpentine rock present. This site is literally surrounded by endangered species and sensitive receptors, including our kids. Aside from all the ways this is a nuisance, where is this dust settling, and can anyone here ensure our safety while we play and drink from the river and share our roads with this industrial business? Trinity Sand and Gravel repeatedly demonstrated their lack of care by downplaying our complaints and continuously operating outside of their permit. And why should Judd Buick care? He lives nowhere near here. If you cannot guarantee our safety, you have an obligation to exercise your right under Trinity County Code 17.32.070 subsection C to revoke this permit today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more comment?
Good evening. Good evening. I am Faith Dickens. I'm here on behalf of Attorney Shannon Wilhite, who represents a small group of local individuals who support the revocation of this permit. This permit is meant to be a reclamation plan, resulting in rehabilitation of the land and benefiting the wildlife qualities of the site. It is not meant to be a commercial operation. What is happening now on site? Activities that have steadily increased in size and scope is outside of the 1997 permit. Owners have actively and knowingly created a larger and larger commercial operation with no regard to the limitations of the permit or the law. Almost every single condition of this permit has been violated, such as, but not limited to, the following: the types of equipment to be used, the types of on-site processing allowed, regularly operating outside of hours allowed, operating outside of the approved site of the mine, and outside of the limits of the riparian setback, exceeding the number of truck trips, the existence of a bone pile on site, the storage of hazardous material, failing to obtain appropriate permits and update financial assurances annually, the failure to control hazardous dust, and more. As the co-chair described, there are 3 reasons that this permit may be revoked. I believe all 3 of them exist here. You have heard from the community, and we'll hear more, I'm sure, how the mining operation is detrimental to public health, safety, and it's a public nuisance, in addition to the violating of several conditions of this permit. The violations of law are also numerous. They include violations of the California Health and Safety Code, regulations of the North Coast Unified Air and Quality Management District, the California Fish and Game Code, the Public Resources Code, including the surface mining, the SMARA, and the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as the California Civil Code and the Code of Federal Regulations. Evidence exists in the form of photographs, videos, witness testimony, site visits by regulatory agencies, and other documents such as those from Trinity Sand and Gravel itself, in which they admit to operations that are outside of the permit. Trinity Sand and Gravel and their council would have you believe that it is their right to operate this industrial business, despite the harms to the neighbors and the community. However, this use permit is conditional on the right. It's conditional, and the right only exists if they are in compliance with these conditions and have obtained all relevant permits.
Time is up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to wear my black hat today. My name is Jeff Swanson. I'm an attorney from Reading. I represent Trinity Sand and Gravel.
Can we let the public comment first, and then we'll give you guys opportunity to rebut?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Amanda Berger, Junction City. The decisions the commissioners make tonight will directly affect the quality of life for hundreds of residents of Junction City, and possibly for years or decades if it's not revoked. I urge you all to stay focused on this current owner. Yes, our community has had issues with the business for decades now, and the history of our opposition shouldn't be discredited, but we need to stay focused on the lack of enforcement by the county and the blatant disregard for the law by Mr. Buick. These factors should not be reason for an entire community to shoulder a nuisance and a threat to public health or the degradation to our quality of life. The opposition to Trinity Sand and Gravel and request that their permit be revoked does not come from a few individuals. It comes from hundreds of individuals speaking out for years, providing substantial evidence of violations to the permit for years, filing hundreds of complaints formally to the county just in the time Mr. Buick has owned the business. Every institution of Junction City has formally requested this permit be revoked, including the North Fork Range, the Junction City Fire Department, the Chagda-Gumpa, and the Junction City School. Please do not ignore the mass amount of proven, substantiated, time-stamped pieces of evidence we have submitted against this current owner in just the few years. Of the 13 conditions of approval of the aforementioned CUP, all but 2 of those conditions have been violated repeatedly by Trinity Sand and Gravel in the last few years. Substantiated evidence of these violations are in your staff packets. In the April 8th, 2021 Planning Commissioner hearing, in which the unanimous vote to revoke this permit occurred, public record acknowledges violations of conditions 1, 5, 6, and 12, therefore reason for revocation. In the letter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife from September 2020, which I'm not sure why Director Hunter kept that private until now, until someone actually released it from the public. But in that site visit, they directly reference violations of conditions 6, 10, 11, and 12, as well as a number of locations in the reclamation plan portion of the permit that were not in compliance. So this is not just the community stating these violations, but governing bodies and state institutions as well. During the July 7th appeal to the Board of Supervisors, it is written on the staff report that, quote, the Planning Department staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal based on the public testimony provided by Junction City community and the findings made by the Planning Commission. Mr. Buick, by his own admission, repeatedly admits that he understood he was in violation of his conditions throughout his ownership. Mr. Buick knowingly tried to put the cart before the horse, and the community has called him out on his non-compliance. Let's also stay focused on dealing with the bad player in place, and let's stay focused on the bad player in place rather than the bigger question of reclamation at this time. For the sake of our community, please, Mr. Buick has proven time and again he is not to be trusted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City. And a couple things. One, typically in these hearings, it's the appellant that goes first, and then the public is able to comment on whatever the appellant is, grounds they're appealing on. It may make sense to let the appellant speak so the public can respond in comments to that. Another thing, they've proven themselves litigious and brought their attorneys. I'm wondering if County Council is present for this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. But I'll continue my comments now. It is a tragedy that this operator couldn't find it within themselves to operate in a responsible way. Every business in Trinity County is an important business. Every job in Trinity County is an important job. But this operator has continued the practices of the prior operator, and they haven't been able to operate within the terms of their conditional use permit, and they've lied about it time and time again. The county has proven themselves completely incapable of any sort of oversight or enforcement on these conditional use permits of any type. And I think it was convenient for many years for Transportation Department to have, a source of rock and a place to put rock, and we all like roads, but that's part of the tragedy of this. And the wholly insufficient and inadequate reclamation plan and a whopping $3,000 bond that got put up, that is laughable. And this operator must be forced to reapply for a new conditional use permit and bring a project description before this commission that describes how they would operate this. But they have a long history of being unable to operate per the terms of their current conditional use permit. So I don't think adding additional conditions to this permit is appropriate. I think the only reasonable action here is to revoke it. And if they think they can operate this site in a way that can comply with whatever conditions they may agree to, well, let them bring that plan before the commission and the public, and we'll see if it passes. But the current operation is not compliant with the existing permit. Please revoke it tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine Camara, and I'm the superintendent of Junction City Elementary School District, and I'm also a resident of Junction City. I'm here tonight to ask Junction City Elementary School District is urging you to revoke the permit of the Smith Pit Tailings Mine, currently operating as Trinity Sand and Gravel. We insist that you revoke the conditional use permit for the following documented issues. Number one, the pit has operated in a manner detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of our school community. Number two, the pit has operated in a manner which constitutes a public nuisance. Number three, the pit has operated in violation of several conditions imposed by the Planning Commission. There have been numerous detailed complaints submitted to the Planning Department from our school and from our community. We have voiced our concerns regarding Trinity Sand and Gravel's operations at the Planning Commission meetings on October 8th, 2020. It wasn't the 9th, it was the 8th. On March 25th, 2021, and on April 8th, 2021. We also formally voiced our concerns to the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on July 7th, 2021. I have submitted this letter to you along with a timeline that began in 1995 with documentation of our complaints and concerns regarding the Smith Pit. If you do not revoke this permit, you will be putting our community at risk. You will be allowing dangerous semi-truck traffic along our students' route to school. You will be impeding the only road we have to evacuate our students and community in the case of an emergency. Thank God it wasn't in operation with our last fire. You will be allowing the noise and rumbling of the truck traffic to disrupt our students' learning, and you will be exposing our community to noise and dust pollution. Please do not allow the Smith Pit to hurt our community. If you have any concern for the safety and well-being of our students and our community, you will revoke the conditional use permit of the Smith Tailings Project and end the Trinity Sand and Gravel operations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martha Hellberg. I'm a resident of Junction City, and I live directly across from the Smith Pit. I'm the one who stood in front of the semi. Woo! You still didn't come out. I had to sit there for an hour to show that they were going against their permit. They were so loud the day before, it sounded like a mass gator going through our yard. They were processing material. We have drone footage of it, which I believe there was a
a memo stating that they weren't going to process that date. So they did. But that was yesterday. I'm looking at some of the stuff that's going on here, and I'm looking at this thing from the Swanson Law Office, and it makes me laugh. No truck traffic. No truck traffic to or from the project site. All trucks must be in compliance with law. Let's go back a little bit farther. Oh, by the way, we also want to let you know and point out that we're not going to no longer going to own any of the haul trucks. Oh, wait a minute. Now let's go a little farther, and let's see where he says, when they said there was a staff report about traffic in front of Junction City Elementary School, they said there is no evidence that the truck traffic observed was from the Smith Pit mining operation, and there are many other trucks that are used along Red Hill Road. How are you even going to try and do a violation on here? Secondly is, or another one is, operators must implement noise mitigation around the screening plant. That's never been approved. Just because you put a noise thing around it does not give you the okay to run that processing. That wash plant ran all the way until March of this year, when I sent an email over to Kim showing that it was illegal to have that. The next day it finally shut down. We've been listening to it every day. The other thing I looked at is this use permit term limited to 7 years. Did someone figure out how many trucks are going to have to go back and forth for 750,000 cubic yards? It's going to take between 253 to over 500 trucks a day. Whoa. Is that part of their CUP now? How many trucks? 3, 4? So how much is that going to increase? So all this in here doesn't make any sense. No one has put all the numbers together. So I have drone footage of all of this. We're going to keep the drones up if they're out there, and we will follow all of their violations that they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Barton, Junction City. I live directly across from this mining operation on the mountainside. Ballard Acoustics did a sound test. They posted microphones at my place. He told me later, he said, you had the highest level of sound from the mining pit. I've lived with it for more than 10 years. During the slide operation, I had to put pillows over my head to sleep at night. That didn't keep the sound out from the beeping and the trucks and the crashing. I got exotic. I bought French earplugs that somebody recommended in an attempt to get sleep at night. I'm more concerned about the health and safety of the children than my old self. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the job that you do here. I can't believe what you endure. But I want you all to find your spine, put your heart and head together. These brilliant speakers have enumerated all the violations. I plead with you, I urge you, I ask you for the safety and the welfare and the health of the community, the river, the children, the earth, the climate. Look around the planet. It's this kind of degradation, better word than mess sometimes. If you disturb the earth, repair it, if you must disturb it. And we humans are really good at messing up the earth, and we're all in big trouble all around the planet. I'm getting off topic, but please, find your spine, stand up. We call each other the county. Who is the county? Are we the county? Are you the county? Or the supervisor? Who are we? What do we stand for? Please, get your spine. You've got teeth. Mine are about 5 inches long tonight. Put your teeth into it, ladies and gentlemen. Support us, our community. Revoke. Do never let this operation Let's find a way to get the state of California to come in here and help us clean up this degradation, this mess. It's possible. If y'all had seen what I've done in 3 weeks to get water running to my house, I flushed my toilet for the first time today, since August 16th. I spent more than $3,000 on water systems. Honey, I've spent so much money on water tanks and water systems and help and spring boxes. We can reclaim it. We can reclaim it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger Smith. I lived in Junction City for 25 years. Contractor in the area. I was at the original meetings when this reclamation project was presented, and there were numerous objections or concerns, really, by the school. All those concerns were addressed, and the process moved forward, and the first years they did a great job of reclaiming some of that land. Now what was reclaimed is 3 times as high of a mess of stuff. They've clearly continued to abuse their conditional use permit. Numerous violations that have been demonstrated here, and I urge that you revoke this license. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jonathan Berger. I live in Junction City, and this has been going on for a long time. Hundreds of complaints have been filed, and then it turns out that Fish and Wildlife had notified you all of the issues, the violations of the CUP, and nothing was done. I don't understand why, with the reasoning of in the past with the rock crusher being taken there for the excuse of it being weighed and serviced, why that wasn't a red flag. There have been times, so many times when something should have been done. There are facilities in Weaverville, they're easier to get to weigh or service a machine like that. This needs to stop. It's not good for the community, and yeah, it's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Josh Brown. I live on Hummingbird Road with my wife Amanda and our son Sol. Our home, which sits up on the mountainside there, is in direct line of sight of Trinity Sand and Gravel, only 2,500 feet away. When on April 8th, this commission voted to revoke Trinity Sand and Gravel's conditional use permit. I believe you are taking an important stand for the rule of law, public process, and the health and safety of our Junction City community. I urge you again this evening to uphold your April 8th decision and keep the revocation in place, or re-revocate, perhaps, that's how it should be said. Besides hiring an expensive, well-spoken lawyer, time has changed nothing with the facts of Trinity Sand and Gravel and its owner, Judd Buick. They had amassed hundreds of violations of all but 2 sections of their permit in the years preceding your April 8th decision. Nothing has changed the determination that a dangerous industrial mining operation has no place in our residential neighborhood next to an elementary school. Nothing has changed that when the mine is operating, our home and quality of life are violated by the sounds of crashing gravel and drone of running equipment, the cracking of rock crushers, and wafting diesel fumes. It is absolutely psychologically degrading to hear and witness this operation when it is up and running. We live in my wife's childhood home and intend on raising our children there. When they're old enough to attend Junction City School, I cannot fathom the possible danger that they'll face from the semi-truck traffic and poor air quality of Trinity if Trinity Sand and Gravel is allowed to continue to operate in the years to come. It's interesting, when you have your own children, how something like this becomes even more personal. And it's very personal at this point, because it's not only my children, but the children of our community that are endangered with this elementary school right next to this operation. Please do the right thing. Please do your job. please help extract the county from this mess which they have made such fools of themselves over the years by not doing anything and allowing this operation to continue and only to grow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for my bad internet connection up here on South Fork Mountain, but I represent Safe Alternatives for Our Forest Environment. I commented at the last meeting, which should have been the final resolution to this. I can't believe that this travesty is back before you again. This permit should be revoked. Please revoke this permit.
Thank you.
Liam?
Hello, my name's Liam. I'm a Junction City Elementary student, and last time that I attended the meeting, the audio tests had been brought up, and it had shown from their tests that they were operating outside of their permits, and they did not specify certain things that could also skew certain results, like time of day and the elevation and vegetation between sites and the Smith pit.
Thank you, Lynn.
John Swearington?
Yes. Hello. So I've been in Junction City for 23 years. I live on Hummingbird, where now, owing to the fires, we have a view directly into the Smith Pit mine, which was obscured by some trees before. I'll be brief. I'm almost at a loss for words about why we are here doing this again. It's been very clear what the will of the community is. It's been very clear about all the violations that have occurred. And it's been very clear about how the operators of the mine have tried to find every loophole and every little thing to try to keep their thing going. And I appreciate that the supervisors are trying to keep the county legally clean and so forth and do everything correct and avoid possible lawsuits from the owners of the mine. But I keep going back to the children who spoke at the last meeting. I was quite quite moved by their exercise in participatory democracy at a very young age. I remember doing things similar to that myself, and that it had a profound effect on me. That yes, we could actually make a difference in our lives, and we could actually participate in what goes on in our government and in our environment around us. And now here we are, we're bogged down, kind of quibbling about this regulation and that regulation and so forth. But it's quite clear, it's been clear for a long time what should happen. The mine shouldn't be there. The students spoke like really eloquently, including Liam, about the acoustics of it all. And yet, here we are back. And I kind of feel like the Board of Supervisors, never mind about about us old residents, but you kind of can't let the children down and kind of ignore their experiment in democracy and just kind of like as if that never happened. So I would urge you again, as others have, to do the right thing and just kind of deny the whole permit. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Elaine Brown.
Thank you, commissioners, for once again addressing these issues of non-compliance with Trinity Sand and Gravel. I took a look back as I look at all of the records that I have on the history of this mine, all of the complaints that have been logged just in the short 3 years that I have been here. And going back to 1995, with the original phase 1 of the reclamation, we're talking 26 years. I don't know if it's ever been reclaimed because it kind of shifted into another operation. So when we came here and retired in June of 2018, we filed our first complaint around the same time. Once we heard the noise, we saw the dust, we were outraged. It just destroyed this whole, all the beauty that we were experiencing in this area. We filed a letter online also with the Board of Supervisors in 2020. We filed another on July 7th, 2021, and spoke at the last Zoom meeting. And then I sent another email to Kim Hunter and Debbie Brody on 9/2/21 with a video of an employee working at the mine on a revoked permit. I later learned that they were given permission by the Board of Supervisors to clean up their mess. But I'm still waiting for a reply. So what does it take for the citizens of Junction City to get some relief and final outcome on this illegally run operation that is in gross violation of their operating permit? They are no longer patient. This has dragged on long enough, and at this point, there are volumes of records outlining all the hazards, the safety issues, and the nuisance in the environment from this business. Please do the right thing and put a stop to this once and for all, and revoke this operation, and let us reclaim our lives from it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elaine.
Veronica.
Hi, this is Veronica Kelly-Albies from Douglas City. I wanted to applaud the residents of Junction City for taking a stand and stepping forward for the protection of their community. They continue to come forward and voice their concerns regarding this issue. They have continued to bring forth evidence and present it to both the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, and the Board of Supervisors. And yet they continue to have to fight for this protection. A lady stood up today and said, "Who is the county?" We all are. And we turn to you each and every day to look out for us. I wish it could be all of us, but we know how that works out. So this community has turned to you and said, this is harming us. This has been harmful. This operation has operated in bad faith. There has been enough proof of communication that they have been made aware of the violations within their CUP. They are aware of it. And it's time for our appointed and/or elected officials to take notice of that. We no longer are afforded the luxury of having enforcement, it seems, within the county to protect the citizens. So this community has stood forth and has provided you what is needed. And I support them as a member of this county to say revoke this. It is blatant, the violations. They've been on notice. It's time to put a stop to this because we are becoming the county that is known for, don't worry about it, there's no enforcement, you can do what you want here. And that is not who we are. That is not how we are. And now is the time to really take a stand and say, let's get this right. Let's protect the health and welfare of our county residents. So I applaud Junction City. I ask you to support them. Revoke the CUP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica.
Dwight?
Hi, thanks commissioners for hearing all of us speak. I've got a couple comments. First and foremost, my profession involves assessing environmental impacts from large projects like this. We look at the effects to wildlife and to watersheds and to vegetation, and it's amazing to me that this operation is allowed to go without having those permits. I spent a lot of time looking at comments from local users near projects like this who finally get a chance to voice their opinion and summarize them and take a look at the veracity of those. And again, to see that this is not happening just blows my mind. So I don't know how you guys can justify keeping this going. Secondly, from one of the previous commission meetings, one of the truck drivers for Smith Pit was talking, and he talked about how he's kind of in a rough place because if he went too slow, people would pass him around the school, and if he went too fast, he's violating the law. And I got to thinking, that's kind of the heart of the matter. Your trucks don't belong there. There's no good speed to take large trucks past a school and through a community. So I just don't see how we can justify to keep this going. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no one else on Zoom? Is there any more public comment?
Could you put the time up on the wall?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Justin Hawkins, and so I went ahead and prepared a little packet for you guys today. It just highlights a lot of the main relevant facts. I think we go over real fast. You can choose to just listen or follow along if you want. But in the first page, I talk about how I cite the section of county code where the initiation of this process was legitimately followed. It's outlined there for you, just in case there's any doubts about that. The next page talks about the process before us today about modifying or revoking the use permit. And what I want to highlight tonight is this section about how you're able to do so if there's violations of any conditions imposed by the Planning Commission. Next page just talks about the original conditions of approval, and it states that all the material, the equipment, the usage will be outlined in the reclamation plan. And so that's condition number one. So the reclamation plan is going to have a list of all the equipment that should be there. 3 more pages ahead in the packet, or actually it's 4, excuse me, we get to the description of mining activities. And it is actual mining activities will consist of gravel extraction only, screening, and temporary stockpiling. No rock crushing, washing, or asphalt production is allowed on site. And it says the screen product will be transported to the operator's existing facility in Weaverville. When this permit was approved, there was a site in Weaverville where they're actually going to do the retail sales and further processing there. And so what I find to have happened in this process is that the former owner sold those 2 facilities separately. The land was certainly sold separately. According to the memo, it looks like the operator of the Junction City facility bought the machines at the Weaverville site, but they were sold separately. At that moment, the use permit was not in compliance. The moment it was sold, and there was no place to take the other material for the actual retail sales, it was a violation right there. It was basically voiding the use permit at that moment when they transferred title like that. You know, there's so many things in here, but what I want to go through is that there's numerous documents from the actual owners, Clint Robinson and the current owner, where they state in their application for an amendment that The mining operation uses a crusher followed by screening. The more recent version by Mr. Buick states, quote, "The equipment has been on site for many years." The rock crusher and gravel washing operations on the site have been occurring for the last 10 to 20 years. This is the operator statement he gave to the county for the amendment. This was done within the same month of the purchase, because the purchase was the beginning of April of 18. He bought it knowing that there was problems with the site. I mean, it's obvious, if you look at the use permit and due diligence when you go to buy a commercial facility, it's your obligation.
Thank you for your time, sir.
I ask you revoke this permit, please.
Is there any more public comment? Can we hear from the landowner now? I think we'll give you 10 minutes for a rebuttal.
Good evening again. My name is Jeff Swanson, and I'm an attorney from Reading. I represent Trinity Sand and Gravel and Mr. Buick. And I'm here asking tonight that you consider not revoking the use permit and instead modify it in a way that addresses what I think are very legitimate community concerns, but also that allows the property to be reclaimed and that recognizes my client's fundamental rights. While revoking the use permit will make most of the people in this room very happy, it doesn't fix some of the problems that are out there, particularly with the slide material. It doesn't get the property into reclaimed condition. I want to go over that for just a little bit because I think that the $3,000, and that was a point that was made by Mr. Colbeck, initially was because it was a scoop and haul operation and it was going to be pretty simple to reclaim the property once the mine site was completed. And everything changed when that slide material was brought in. And the slide material was brought in prior to my client purchasing the property. It was an emergency situation, as we all know. It had to happen. 299 had to get open. And the slide material had to go somewhere. And so now we've got a problem with a bunch of material on the property that came in. And I don't know how long it took to come in, if it was, 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years. I'm sure somebody knows here, but I bet it wasn't the 7 years that we've talked about is one of the modifications to the permit. Because that's really what I'm asking for, is that you consider modifying the permit in a way that does address these concerns and addresses some of the ambiguities. As you just heard from Mr. Hawkins, right after he bought the project, he came in and applied for an amendment. He understood that the project was not in compliance, and so he applied to amend the use permit. And that amendment has been pending for quite some time, and really it morphed into this revocation proceeding that went all the way up to the Board of Supervisors. And I think the board recognized, people are asking why we're back here, that there were some problems with the way that the revocation proceeding was processed. And so it's been sent back to kind of start over. I think the board also recognized there's a problem with the amount of that slide material that's still on the project site. Mr. Buick and his wife invested in this property and in the use permit. They're not heartless people. They're not here to run over the community. They applied to amend the permit. They've taken steps to try and address noise concerns and other problems that have been issued. They put up these big barriers to reduce noise after they did their sound study. And the reason for that was because they wanted to be sure that noise levels weren't exceeding certain limits at the property line. And those limits are set out in your county code. And it's not a can I hear it, therefore it's a problem standard. It is, does it reach a scientifically measurable level of decibels that creates a violation? And because how else can you do it? If you don't have some scientific basis for measuring impacts, for measuring standards. then you know, what are we doing? We're just basing it on people's opinions. We're basing it on people's complaints. And the complaints you hear about focus primarily on noise, hours of operations. I see in the proposed resolution, there was something about air quality issues, but I haven't seen any evidence of actual air quality violations. I hear complaints about air quality, but I haven't seen measured air quality violations. And I think Mr. Colbeck, again, and I know he's not taking any sides on this, but I'm just pointing out, you know, the comments that you hear is that slide material is full of lead and asbestos. And Commissioner Barrett asked the question, is it in there? And his answer that he got back from Mr. Colbeck was no, we don't have any evidence of that. Yet you hear complaints about all of the detrimental material that's in that slide material, but when it's analyzed, it's not showing up. And I think that that's an important distinction to make. There's a difference between complaints and evidence. Complaints trigger investigations. Complaints are designed to alert somebody, hey, there might be a problem here. And then you go and you explore that problem, you analyze that problem, and you determine, is that problem at a level that some action needs to be taken? Now, I'm not going to pretend there haven't been violations. I get that. Mr. Robinson operated however he did for 20 years, right? From 97 to 2017. But I don't think that my client should be blamed for that. My client came in, he's like, yeah, this is not right. Here's an amendment, let's process this. Let's do the environmental analysis. Let's figure out what this project is supposed to look like. And operate within that. And then it, like I said, things haven't been perfect. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that you know, there's not supposed to be the crushing plant that has the washing plant out there, and it's out there. Like, I mean, we know that there are violations that are going on, but we've also tried to address some of those violations. You know, I got thrown under the bus about some comment about Trinity Sand and Gravel not owning any haul trucks. It's kind of funny because when the guy presented his noise analysis, it was the fact that it wasn't Trinity Sand and Gravel's trucks that was pointed to as saying, see, that study is a lie. That study is a fraud because you didn't use your trucks. Well, the fact of the matter is Trinity doesn't have any trucks anymore. There are CARB standards that have changed. Some of them changed in 2020. They've gotten rid of all of those old trucks. And so the truck that they used, it wasn't modified. It was just a newer truck that complied with newer standards. He doesn't have trucks. If he's going to be hauling trucks, it's going to be compliant, using trucks to haul materials. It's going to be trucks that are compliant with the law. And so that study was in fact legitimate. It was, you know, the comment comes up afterwards after Mr. Ballard or the representative from Ballard comes and gives his presentation, and he's not able to explain, well, we use that truck for this reason. It's just, oh, now they've lied, they've tried to misrepresent things. And it's actually not the case. You know, I'm a lawyer. I get called a liar rarely. And so for somebody to stand up and say, you lied, you stood up and lied to the Board of Supervisors, you don't have a duty. Lawyers are ethical. We have a duty to be ethical. We will advocate zealously for our clients. I will never lie to you. I will never lie to the court. I will never lie to the Board of Supervisors. People can chuckle. That's fine. We're the butt of a ton of jokes. I get it. But I am always telling the truth. You may not agree with it. You may have a different opinion. But I'm not going to purposely mislead anybody on anything. The other issue that was primarily focused on in the resolution, the draft resolution, is this violation of use permit condition number 5, which has to do with truck traffic. And this is one of the things, and I think Director Hunter has pointed out, you know, there are ambiguities in the permit. So 4 of the 6 violations that were noted were empty trucks driving to the site. Empty trucks driving to the site prior to 8 a.m. when they're not supposed to be there, according to all the complaints you hear. They're driving in, here's evidence, and there's photographs of empty trucks driving towards the plant on the road. But the use permit condition doesn't say you can't drive a truck to the site prior to 7, empty truck drive to the site prior to 7 a.m. It says you can't haul any material away from the site prior to that time. There's no And that's the same, no material hauling on Red Hill Road shall occur during the morning and afternoon periods when children are coming to or leaving school. But that's material hauling. That's not driving an empty truck. And so 4 of the 6 violations are empty trucks. If you want an empty truck to be a violation, then say that in the permit. But don't castigate someone who's, again, there have been violations, but those aren't violations to have empty trucks driving down Red Hill Road. I went over that in my letter, but applying a plain reading of that condition, I think that it could be tuned up quite a bit. I proposed some specific measures in my letter on ways to restrict traffic to or from the project site, to or from the site during the school hours, compliance with law for the new CARB standards, and that's why he doesn't have those trucks anymore. Implementing noise mitigation measures. The gal stood up and said the noise levels were highest at my property. And I understand that. It's going to be highest somewhere, and it was highest at her property. But did she tell you, or does the study show that the standards, the county's noise standards were violated at her property line?
Thank you, Mr. Swanson.
Can I just wrap up real quick?
It's up to the commissioner.
We'll give you another minute.
Thank you. We're proposing to limit the life of the project. Let's get a reclamation bond in place that will help deal with all of this slide material, and let's and modify the permit. We could work on an enforcement mechanism if that's what people are concerned about. In fact, I know that's what people are concerned about. An enforcement mechanism that has some teeth so that if a problem comes up, it can be addressed immediately. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? If not, we'll bring it back to the commission. Discussion.
He's already commented. Thank you, Liam. You already commented earlier.
Any of the commissioners have a comment?
Mr. Chair, if I may. I'm just struck that the operation of the business has so far grown and exceeds anything contemplated by the Planning Commission in 1997 with that permit, and certainly in the reclamation plan itself. The reclamation plan was scoop and haul the tailings out of there and restore the vegetation and the berm and so on, and clean it up. The permission, the thought process, everything that went into creating that scenario all those years ago is nothing like what we have today. And let alone the violations, which I will get into. But the enormous amount of material that's been brought in, itself an extraordinary violation of the permit, emergencies notwithstanding. It's created a situation that I think is going to be very difficult to modify this permit to resolve. I think the comment earlier was that the CEQA, the mitigated net deck at the time, has nothing to do with the scope of the current project. And I think a proper environmental study, a new reclamation plan, and an appropriate new CUP is the way to address this problem. Now, if this operator chooses not to apply for CUP, then the county will be hoping someone does if they are looking for that sort of resolution to the tailings, or the material that's there now. Or the state could step in. We heard some enumerated big possibilities from Mr. Colbeck earlier. But I'm sitting on the page having read through all of this stuff. I had to do it because it's my last meeting. So I read it all, and I'm struck with the conclusion, having thinking it all through again, that this is just so far outgrown what was originally contemplated planned. It's not a modification, it's a permit. It's a new CEQA, a new permit to take on the scope of this. That's what I think.
I agree with you.
I don't think it's possible to modify it as is. I think it's a whole new process.
I do have one question. When I went to Junction City today, there's another rock plant, correct? There's some,
Right.
so is these two are not connected or so? Okay. That was one of the questions that I had for that, but, with the, I probably have to agree with Mike as well, because it's like the noise situation, because when I was there, it's like, sorry, the noise situation for the residents there is like, it's not gonna get any better after the fire, I can tell you that, because in Ruth, where my house burned up, it's like, or it didn't burn up, but it's like all around it burned up, it's like, the noise level from the road at ours, it's like, we have noise that you wouldn't believe now, and it's like, because we have nothing to block the thing, it's like, and just absolutely everything going on, it's like, I honestly don't see how there can be really any way to bring a happy deal. It's like, this thing has just morphed into a nightmare.
Is county council still on?
Yes, county council is still on.
So I have a question for
Margaret?
Margaret, has the county council broached the subject of how this material would get removed, and have there been any contacts made with the state in regards to that? Being that it was, theoretically legally dumped there. So, emergency or not, it is a federally protected waterway.
This is Margaret Long, County Council. There has been no discussion with the state on that from County Council's perspective. That is, again, if we do get down that road where we do have the product that we need to figure out a solution to, that would be one of the conversations we would be having, but it hasn't taken place at this time.
I think we're there.
If I could ask clarification from the commissioner, thank you. When you're referring to the state, specifically what state agency, I assume you're referring to Caltrans.
Yes.
Correct. The Department of Trinity County Department of Transportation has been in discussion with Caltrans regarding identifying and legally permitting through environmental review and otherwise future sites for spoils, for slide material around the county. We recognize that most of our sites have been used up. We need to identify more. That is a process I'm looking to continue in the future. That does not speak specifically to this particular problem. And without speaking to Caltrans about this issue of their potential removal of this slide material, I would just warn that that likely is not possible, that it's not a path that will get you to a successful conclusion because of the contract structure that Caltrans uses, and specifically during the times of emergencies, where they essentially, I would say, are indemnified from any liability related to the deposition of that slide material at this location.
So, did you just say Caltrans has no responsibility for this gravel now, or this material they've deposited? And the $500,000 that they paid $150 to dump?
So my understanding here, to clarify just a little bit more, I don't wish to speak too far down the road here because I will overstep my bounds. My understanding is that Caltrans has an emergency. They need to open 299. They put out to bid the project to remove that slide material and stabilize the slope. This happens all over the state, of course. They hire a contractor. It is that contractor who is then responsible for the deposition of any slide material. That contractor can then enter agreements with other locations. There are many examples of different types of locations that material can go. For this slide in particular, I believe there was 5 or 6 locations up and down the 299 corridor where this slide material ended up, this being just one of those sites. It is the responsibility of that contractor to enter an agreement with a location, if necessary, Therefore, it's not Caltrans who's doing it. It's the contractor who's doing it. Caltrans is lead, they're coordinating, they're designing, and they're funding, but they are not responsible for the actions of the contractor.
Thank you.
And to further clarify, if I may, when I mentioned that the state is mentioned on the financial assurance mechanism, should it have to be, released to the county or the state, that's the state Department of Mine Reclamation, not Caltrans. Okay.
I'm just concerned that this $3,800 is going to be held as a punishment, if you will. Basically, if the current owner walks away, someone else is holding the bag. And I have some concerns about that.
Those are valid concerns.
Is there any other comment? No? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll wade into it. That's right. First of all, the resolution that you presented us tonight, Kim, does everyone have that one? I don't see a date or anything that identifies it as different than the earlier one. I want to make sure we're all looking at the right one. Tonight's introduces the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th whereas, talks about the public nuisance definition. Yeah, is that the one you're reading?
That is the one I have.
And
Yep.
also, the 3 exhibits were introduced tonight. They weren't the staff packet, but they came out tonight, exhibits A, B, and C, which are the use permit and 2 memos. Exhibit B is the February 3 memo, 2020, from Bella Headkey to Director Hunter. And Exhibit C is also from Bella Headkey to Kim Hunter on October 16, 2020. So that these exhibits are mentioned in the resolution, so this is part of what we're including. Just make sure you both got it tonight, because it came out tonight. Okay, it's just copies of material from before, but it's referenced. These are the same exhibits that were in the April resolution, so that's not new. But I want to make sure when we're talking about the resolution, this is the one we're talking about. So I would, I'd also like to add a whereas that says we did rehear this from the get-go. We considered all the information. This is a do-over on the hearing as directed by the Board of Supervisors. And so I will add a whereas that I think addresses that. And then I think one of the comments made about the activities on April 8th had to do with the in-depthness, or lack thereof, is that a word, of the findings. And so I would like to replace the findings with some findings that do spell out in more detail what we find. So this is a long motion, I'm going to read it. And I don't have copies for all of you, I'm reading it to you. Okay, so stop me with any questions on each item. If you want to discuss it and drop it, we can do that. Okay, we can address these, but I have a list of starting points to talk about. I would recommend, and this is not yet the motion, because I want a discussion, that we replace paragraph 2 of the resolution under the now therefore. Paragraph 2, replace that in its entirety, leaving the rest of the now therefore part alone. And I would like it to say something, or I would recommend that it says something like this. Under 2, the Planning Commission makes the following determinations and findings regarding the Phase 2 Smith Pit Tailings Mining Operation Conditional Use Permit, P 9732, previously issued by the Planning Commission. A, the operation of the Smith Pit Tailings Mining Operation is detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare of the Junction City community, the Junction City school children and staff, and the sensitive environment of the adjacent Trinity River due to the credible multi-year record of complaints from residents and school staff and children regarding noise, air quality degradation, hours of operation, disruption of school activities, and general concern for residents and children's safety, with the dramatic increase in traffic on Red Hill Road far exceeding the traffic forecasts in the reclamation plan. And we find the operation has become a public nuisance specifically regarding traffic noise and air quality, parenthetically Exhibit C. That would be the new paragraph A. And B, and this is all new, this mining operation has been found in violation of permit P 9732, conditions of approval numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 12. Specifically, A, condition of approval number 1, operations are found to exceed, quote, the activities, method of mining, and equipment used, and the area to be mined, those described in the approved final reclamation plan. End quote. Prohibited equipment including scales, rock crushers, a second screen have been documented on the site. Number B, condition of approval number 2, no amendment to the reclamation plan has been provided to modify financial assurances to be consistent with the dramatically expanded mining operation as a result of the importation of material. C, condition of approval number 4. The required amendments to the reclamation plan were not filed to reflect, at a minimum, the scaled-up operation, including importation of 500,000 cubic yards of material, expanded mining operations area beyond the specified reclamation area, periodic rock crushing, material and equipment weighing, and any other attendant reclamation requirement to achieve the original goal of an open space corridor compatible with current zoning. That being the goal stated in the reclamation plan. D, condition of approval number 5. Operations outside permitted hours have occurred repeatedly and were specifically documented by county staff. E, condition of approval number 6. The permit was approved primarily as a, quote, scoop and haul operation using only one portable temporary screening unit. The addition of rock crushing, a second screener, truck scales violated the condition of approval. F, condition of approval number 10. Imported material was deposited adjacent to the riparian vegetation and no evidence of flagging or posting of required setbacks was located, as documented by California Fish and Wildlife. Condition of approval number 12. Prohibited maintenance of mining operation equipment was performed on site, as specifically confirmed to the planning department by the permittee. That's my list. And that would be in the resolution spelling out the findings.
I think it's perfect. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the commission revoke permit P 97-32 and adopt resolution 2021-11 with the following modifications. First, add the following clause to the draft resolution as the last whereas. Whereas at this October 14, 2021 regular meeting of the Planning Commission, the Commission has received any and all new information presented by the public, the permittee, and any other concerned parties, and has reconsidered all information on the record for this hearing. Then replace paragraph 2 in its entirety with what I just read into the record. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we need a roll call on this?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McHugh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, 4-0.
We're going to recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 8:11.
How are your couple of hours out there? Yep.
Are you ready? Okay.
All right, Commissioner. Ready?
Okay. This recess is over. We will now reconvene this Planning Commission meeting and move to item number 4. Conditional use permit for the telecommunication tower 20-P-20-19. The applicant is requesting approval for the construction of a 100-foot self-supporting telecommunication tower. The project site is located on a 140-acre parcel at 6001 State Highway 36, Mad River. The tower is proposed to be placed on a 12-foot by 12-foot base with a small cabin for batteries and electronics. Access to the proposed tower site is existing. Applicant Seth Johansson, assessor parcel number 018-050-75-00. Staff.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Lisa Lozier, Deputy Director of Planning, and I will be presenting item number 4, application P-20-19. As the Chairman mentioned, this is for a telecommunications tower for 101 Netlink. Location 6001 State Highway 36, Mad River. And general plan designation for this area, as earlier mentioned, this is about 140 acre parcel, fairly large parcel bisected by State Highway 36. General plan designation is for resource, and the zoning district is agriculture forest district with a 40 acre minimum. So this is really a pretty large size piece of property. Surrounding pieces of property are also very large sized. And for this project, basically the application is proposing to construct a single 100-foot self-supporting lattice style tower. And as earlier mentioned, the base for this tower is 12 foot by 12 foot square. And I don't know if any of you are very familiar with cell towers and typically how those towers are presented and reviewed. They usually have a very large lease area, probably 100 by 100 feet. Typically, they're going to accommodate additional antenna to be co-located in the future. They have specific cabinets and backup generators and all kinds of equipment associated with them. This is not the case with this particular tower. It is, the footprint literally is 12 by 12. It's a 12 by 12 pad. Supporting equipment will fit in a 3 by 4 by 1 foot high cabinet, which is a battery and the electronics to run the tower. So it's really a pretty small affair. Basically where it's located, and you had some visual sims in your packet for this tower that shows the lattice. It's a pretty small lattice, so on a side it's about 2.5 feet, triangle shaped, each side 2.5 feet, so pretty small. On Highway 36, and a lot of times we're going to look at concerns for visual, where it's placed. One of the things that I look at is, will this tower impact a scenic highway? State Highway 36 is not designated as a scenic highway. And basically where this tower is located is, the elevation for where the tower is going to be located is probably about 50 feet above where Highway 36 is. If you're traveling to the west, it is going to be up on the right, amidst various trees. Now, as you've noticed on the visual sim, it is going to stick up above those trees a little bit. But the tower is not significantly sized that it is going to be really a distraction from a view. I didn't have the opportunity to drive down in the area. You know, when I was initially looking at this project, we were dealing with the August Complex fire, which was fairly near to the area, so I did not take the trip. But I did spend a significant amount of time on Google Earth, trying to look at it from a number of different ways, from what it would potentially look like if you were traveling west on 36, what it would potentially look like if you were traveling east on 36, and ultimately, yes, it will have some visual impact, but not significantly in a way that would affect a view shed. You know, like if you were considering, you know, what if you're traveling recreationally and you're looking at the view, this would have very little impact on the view, you know, as you're driving by. And of course, when I'm looking at cell towers, I'm seriously considering how that is going to improve communications in the area, also related potentially to fires. You know, there's a lot to be said for adding additional communications around Trinity County. So this particular project as a use permit was forwarded for referral to a number of different agencies, and for the most part, everybody that we sent referrals to had no comment or did not reply. Any of the comments that I did receive were pretty minimal. County Building Department required that a building permit for the tower be obtained. So that is in the conditions of approval. CAL FIRE probably had the most significant comments, and that was in regard to safety of Highway 36. What they wanted was the height of the tower, a fall length plus 25 feet. So to place the tower far enough away from Highway 36 that should it happen to collapse for whatever reason, that it would not negatively impact the safety of travelers on Highway 36. So yeah, I said that was CAL FIRE. That was Caltrans, so I'm sorry. Caltrans required the setback from the highway on the tower. CAL FIRE was interested in the access to the site and requested that they maintain the existing 15-foot access that is up to where the tower will be placed on the property. And those were the significant comments that I received for this project. To date, I have received no comments from the public, either for or against, and for this particular project is consistent with the general plan and the zoning code compliance. One thing I will mention on the zoning code compliance is for areas that are in a resource district that are timber in particular, if the project site is larger than 40 acres, then our zoning ordinance does request that a registered professional forester visit the site and make a determination that where this tower is going to be placed will not in any way inhibit the harvesting of timber or moving of timber, the trekking through the property, or access to the site. And a registered professional forester did a site assessment on April 27th, 2020, and concluded that due to the placement and footprint size, the proposed tower at that location would not negatively detract from the ability to grow and harvest timber and timber products on the parcel. So the determination by staff that this project is consistent with the zoning code. And so for the environmental review on this project, We're asking that the Trinity County Planning Commission finds the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act via a Class 3 exemption that is on Section 15303, which applies to small new construction projects and new facilities and structures. So to the staff recommendation, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to adopt the California Environmental Quality Act determination of a Class 3 categorical exemption 15303 for small new construction projects, which includes the construction of small-scale facilities or structures. Adopt the recommended findings listed in Resolution PC-2021-12 and approve conditional use permit 20-19 based on the recommended findings and subject to the conditions of approval listed in Exhibit A to Resolution PC-2021-12. And that concludes my presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any technical questions?
The images are in here are, you said they're simulated. This is the actual site with the tower photoshopped in or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a trip through the ALUCP? Does this require obstruction lighting or for aviation purposes, or is it?
No.
I don't know if it
It's not close enough to the airport in that regard. I did not request for an FCC determination to be presented to me, but I believe before they can go live, they have to do that. That's a requirement.
You mean FAA?
FAA, yes.
Okay, just so that somebody does that review.
Okay. I will make a notation to talk.
It might not be tall enough, I don't recall.
I think the ceiling for those is typically 150 feet.
You mean for obstruction lighting?
Right, for obstruction lighting.
Okay.
You know, unless it's within the 2-mile radius of the airport, and then that becomes a whole different situation.
Okay. No other question?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this lease for a particular cell phone provider, or is this can this be used for many different providers?
You know, I did not ask that specific question. You know, probably my biggest curiosity would be if they were planning on doing a lot of antenna on it in the future, which based on the site, the 12 by 12 footprint, there would be no place to house additional equipment to support those. So I'm assuming a single provider. I'm hoping that maybe Mr. Johansson is available and could answer your question.
Okay. And if you don't mind me asking, what constitutes a scenic highway? Why would 299 versus 36?
That would be designated. For example, in our general plan, 299 is designated. It's a state designation that recognizes that corridor as a scenic highway. And you'll notice on 299 that they have the visible signs that, you know, designated scenic corridor. So it's designated through the state. I'm not familiar with exactly the process of how that works. But that's also listed in our general plan as a scenic highway.
And so as a result, there's different regulations
yes.
for
visual. You would be substantially more concerned on a scenic highway of anything that would be visual from that highway as you were traveling through. A lot of that is an interest for vacationers or tourists or people coming through to enjoy the scenic beauty of the county. So they, you know, want to have that scenic designation so they can take a look at that for different types of uses that would be along the highway.
I understand. Thank you.
So just some background on that. Lady Bird Johnson was the one who decided it, and that's why when you drive just north of Weaverville to almost Trinity Center, you can see no power lines. They come on one side, dip down onto the road, and go back up and disappear into the woods.
That's awesome.
So that's a little bit of background on that.
Thank you.
When are you gonna get the rest of them underground?
Okay, is there any public comments on this?
John Brower from Junction City. It seems with our new reality of unstoppable wildfires every August and September now, perhaps an additional condition of approval of requiring some sort of powering up of this communication device during power outages. Seems like it's right on the 36 for the big PG&E lines possibly. So maybe that's its power source, but when those things get depowered or burned down, perhaps there could be batteries or a backup generator or some means of providing communications during these extended wildfire events. That could be an additional condition of approval that you may consider.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Justin Hawkins. I drive 36 to the coast pretty regularly, and I think this spot is just on that hill that's between Mad River and South Fork Mountain Peak. So it would serve the kind of the backside, if you will. I think it would be the southeast part of Mad River community down there, and might even spill over to the other side because that ridge is really tall along. It's going to be at the top there. So there's spotty cell service. You got service in Mad River, but once you start working south, it gets pretty bad. And you get it a little bit as you go back up the grade towards South Fork. But I really would encourage you to approve this, just so that there is better communication on the road for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick Google search says that it's internet communication. It's not,
Correct.
it's not cell phone.
Correct.
Public comment.
Sorry, there was some public comment. Thank you. Any more public comment? Is there any public comment online? Okay, if there's no more public comment, we'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have a motion to put on the table? Or we have some discussion?
Is Mr. Johansson available?
He did not confirm with me, so I'm not sure.
I think the notion of emergency power and availability during power outages is not a bad idea. But since there's a battery in the shed, I'm guessing it may be solar as well as...
There was no solar associated with that.
Just battery charging, so it would operate presumably for some period of time.
Right, and it would receive regular maintenance as well. I think monthly maintenance, if I remember correctly from the application.
I think Mr. Brower's comment is excellent, that in power outages, communication gets even more important, especially in emergency. So if these guys can facilitate, I think that's
one commissioner speak at a time.
So, well, if he's doing internet, we can make phone calls. So, I mean, if we have that service, we have this service. So, anyway.
I would be glad to bring that up with him.
If you would at least consider
Yes.
the issue.
Commissioner? Yeah, I was just going to speak to that. You would have to have his service. You'd have to pay for his service to actually be able to get on. If he can be powered.
Bill, can you get to your
sorry.
microphone?
Yeah, you would have to, be paying for his service to actually be able to use it in a power outage. It wouldn't be open to, you couldn't just hit his hotspot with your phone or.
No, but his subscribers could. So
Yes.
people who have his service could use his service in an emergency.
This is true.
I mean, I'm happy that my Verizon tower stays up when those T-Plug guys go down. I mean, it's just, stuff happens, and the communications is important. That's the only point.
And it's guaranteed that everybody in that area will have that internet when we, in case of any tragedy. My thought is that where that's it's a great idea, but should it be a mandate for them? You know, I mean, they're in the business of keeping it going and open, and that's something that they probably will want to do.
But do we have a motion?
So I'll motion to adopt the staff recommendation to adopt the California Environmental, to adopt resolution to adopt the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA determination of Class 3 categorical exemption 15303 for small new construction projects, which include construction of small-scale facilities or structures. B, adopt recommended findings listed in the resolution PC-2021-12. And C, approve the conditional use permit 20-19 based on the recommended findings and subject to the conditions of approval listed in Exhibit A to resolution PC 2021-12.
Commissioner Sharp has a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Okay.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McHugh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
All right, motion is approved. Now to move on to the next agenda item, we'll move on to item number 5, to appeal the director's decision P-21-29. An appeal of the director's decision to deny the applicant's request to apply for a second one-year extension of time for a conditional use permit P-17-51, consistent with the Trinity County Code Section 17.32.050D, extension of time which allows that the Planning Commission may grant an extension of time not to exceed 1 year. Use permit P-17-51 was originally approved in 2018. A 1-year extension of time was granted in 2020 and the expiration of June 7, 2021. Project site 271 Industrial Parkway, Weaverville, California. Applicant Caden Koffler. Assessor parcel number 024-220-55-00. And yeah, staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Lisa Lozier, Deputy Director. I will be presenting item number 5, application P-21-29. This is actually an appeal. What the applicant applied for, the appellant, is an appeal of the director's determination that this project, the use permit, had been expired. So it's a little bit kind of a different thing, so I'm going to explain it to you kind of as we went through the steps of this process, and then I will answer as many of your questions as I possibly can. So basically, use permit 1751, it was P-1751, was approved in 2018 for a, I think it was, I'm sorry, I don't have the file with me, but it ultimately was for manufacturing and distribution of cannabis products and cannabis nursery. And where this is located is in Weaverville. This is in the Trinity Alps Business and Industrial Park on the lower level where it is, in the industrial area. So after this project was approved, Mr. Koffler bought it from the original owner of the property who had gone through the conditional use permit process. And Mr. Koffler has the intention of doing a cannabis nursery and following through with pretty much the same types of uses. But what he wished to do was change up the site, relocate some buildings, and change up what I understand to be kind of the function of the way the conditional use permit was set up. So Mr. Koffler has been in contact with staff about his plans and things that he had planned to do on the project site. And we have had a number of discussions about whether what he wanted to do was consistent with the original use permit. And then he was working towards developing the site in prior to June of 2020. Mr. Koffler contacted staff and stated that he would not be able to meet conditions for opening up his operation, particularly in regard to the condition that requires for use permits to be established. If there are buildings that are going to be built associated with the use permit, then a building permit needs to be issued and construction started in order to establish the use before the time of expiration. So with the original use permit, the expiration time they get by code is 2 years. So it was approved in 2018. They have 2 years, which is to 2020, to initiate the use. And Mr. Koffler was not going to be able to do that. So he requested an extension of time, which county code allows extensions of time up to 1 year. So he applied before June. In September, he was granted an extension of time of 1 year. And Mr. Koffler and county staff continued to discuss his applications, but we didn't really come to any kind of consensus as to whether what he wanted to do was going to be consistent enough for his building permits, for him to feel comfortable applying for the building permits and moving forward with the application. So how we get to where we are today is for Mr. Koffler to proceed. He needed to either apply for use permits or apply for building permits and get them issued, or apply for an extension of time. Now, when staff reads the code section 17.30, I'm gonna make sure I got this right, so bear with me. Okay, for extensions of time, we're talking County Code Section 17.32.050D. And this is what I'm looking at is attachment 7 in your packet. That's going to be towards the end. So when staff is looking at these extension of time, we are looking for, okay, you've had one extension of time, you know, how do we process this request for another extension of time? And when staff is reading this language, we are looking at this to mean when it says, upon show of good cause by the applicant, the planning commission or planning director, and in this case the planning commission, because the planning commission approved the use permit and extension, whoever issued the use permit may grant an extension of time not to exceed 1 year. And that's the critical language that we're looking at as staff members to say, okay, can we do this? So what staff interpreted this to say is that they would be allowed to have one extension of time for 1 year after the initial 2-year approval. So that put Mr. Koffler in a position of having to move forward and apply for building permits in order to have something issued, in order to start construction, so he could establish the use as required by our code, and that is in 17.32.050C, which talks about expiration for failure to establish use. So it talks about how if a building permit, if a use permit requires a building permit, shall be deemed established when such building permit is secured and construction physically commenced. So what ended up happening is staff did not, he did not apply for another extension of time due to staff's determination that what we're reading in the code is you can have one extension of time. He also did not have a building permit issued and commence construction. So when the expiration from the first extension of time, which was June 7 of 2021, came, then by our code, his use permit is expired. So what Mr. Koffler chose to do to work on a remedy for this situation is basically he applied for an appeal of the director's decision that his use permit was expired as per our code section. So it's kind of an odd way to end up where we're at, but basically what we're talking about is staff's interpretation of an extension of time. Does that mean one extension of time, or is that not an appropriate determination? So I hope you're all following me on that. So we did get, Mr. Koffler had his attorney put together some information that is in your packet. That is attachment number 2, and it kind of goes through what Mr. Koffler had been working on, you know, in that 3 years that he, and I think he bought the property in 2019, so it might not have been the total 3 years. But while he was going through this process, the things that he was doing in order to show good faith that he was actually working towards initiating this project, even though he did not actually apply for, have issued, and commence construction on a building permit. So, you know, there's a lot of information that I included in here. You know, the attachment 2, which is kind of the attorney's discussion for Mr. Koffler. It includes a lot of back and forth on building permits from staff and from Mr. Koffler, and the code sections, of course. And then it also includes a couple of letters, one of them from the previous owner of the property, who states that he had been in touch with Mr. Koffler and that the intent was always to move forward with the project. Also, there is a note from the architect that is working on the structures, and I believe that letter states that he had given advice to Mr. Koffler to not move forward with building permits until he had had a determination from the county as to whether his project would be consistent with the existing use permit or not. So that kind of sums up all of the things as to how we got to where we are today. So in order to get some clarification, Director Hunter and I have had a couple of conversations with County Council, and I would like for them to weigh in on, you know, what they feel is appropriate based on the law, and you know, provide some direction. So I believe Sean's joining us. Take it away.
You need to
You're on mute, Sean.
You need to unmute, Sean. It's on our end, I think. Sean, you there? Nope, he is, but we don't hear him. It shows that he's got audio here.
Board, this is Margaret Long. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is Mr. Cameron. One moment.
Sean, one option is to call in on your cell phone and just, that might be the idea. We'd love to hear from you.
I'll give him one more second, and if he can't get in, I'm happy to take the item.
Thank you,
I
Margaret.
see him dialing. Commission, I'll jump in and provide the information. I was lucky enough to have a conversation with Mr. Cameron earlier, and he did provide me his analysis, so I'm happy to walk through it. We did have a chance to look at the matter and determine, you know, if this was appropriate to move forward under the planning director's interpretation of Ann meeting 1. There is an argument that can be made that Ann equals a one-time extension, but at the very best, it's ambiguous. And our recommendation is to not proceed forward under that analysis, but to look more at whether there is a good cause for an extension. There is ample and appropriate case law that does discuss that in order to continue an extension out, you do need to have good cause as to why you are granting that, especially since we're looking at the second. The case was studied by counsel for the applicant. The Fort Bragg decision that talks about me. I know we did provide it as backup in the agenda, but it would be appropriate at this time to allow them to present those and make a determination as to whether the board commission believes it's appropriate to give an additional extension of this. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Mr. Chair. Hey, Margaret, your microphone cut out really quick when you said that there's some information that they could provide. What was that information again?
Information on whether they have a good cause or they made good faith efforts for not having it completed in this period of time and needing an extension. So that again is what we're looking at. I would recommend looking at is if you are to look at granting them an extension or a reissuance, is an extension, but to require them to provide evidence of the good faith efforts that they've put in up to this point to require them to have this additional time.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. At this point, we'll bring it back to the commission for technical questions. Commissioner McHugh? Okay, if there are no technical questions, is Mr. Koffler here to speak?
Excuse me, pardon to the to the chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, this is Jay Harris. I'm an attorney here in Sacramento. Well, good evening, Chairman McIntosh and fellow planning commissioners. Thank you to the Planning Commission and planning staff who have helped bring this item to your attention. It has been a tough couple of years, and we are grateful to the county for this opportunity. My name is Jay Harris. I'm a land use attorney in Sacramento representing Caden Koffler and his company Cultured Cannabis. Mr. Koffler is here via Zoom and is available to discuss his continued work on the project and his projections moving forward, although he may be having some technical issues. This appeal is about getting to work. After a year and a half of living with the global health crisis, we are all eager to get to work. However, in this appeal, we believe that planning staff interpretations of the county ordinance on CUP expirations and extensions fails to abide by state law and frustrates Cultured Cannabis' ability to get to work. We've lost 4 months just getting this item in front of the commission, and delay serves nobody. We respectfully request that you review the ordinance with the state case law guidance in mind and grant us the opportunity to have the extension. Established case law in California provides, as County Council mentioned, that is, quote, "It is settled that the purposes of statutes or ordinances providing for automatic expiration or revocation of use permits when work has not commenced or a use established is to prevent the reservation of land for future purposes when the permittee has no good faith intent to presently commence upon the proposed use." And another line is that an expiration ordinance solely concerned with the construction on the property is, quote, "unreasonable and bears no necessary or direct relationship to whether a good faith intent to commence upon the use exists." I believe that clearly Mr. Koffler has evidenced a good faith intent to commence upon the proposed use. Mr. Koffler did not prepare the original CUP site plan. He has worked diligently to prepare a plan that fits within his company's needs, one that did not need further approval by the commission. And as the record shows, he was regularly in contact with planning staff. He was regularly in contact with his architect, and he was continuing to invest significant funds into the property and project. Both the extension ordinance and the expiration ordinance must be read with those legal principles in mind. Expiring a CUP for a failure to achieve the benchmark of acquiring building permits and initiating construction ignores the good faith intent to commence upon the use. Mr. Koffler wants to get to work, and I think we are all sympathetic to the struggles and delays that are caused by COVID, labor shortages, and supply chain issues. And we are genuinely sympathetic of these effects on the planning department and how difficult even regular correspondence can become under those circumstances. We respectfully request a similar understanding. To reiterate, the purpose of expiring a CUP is, to quote the case law from before, to prevent the reservation of land for further purposes when the permittee has no good faith intent to presently commence upon the proposed use. And that is simply not the case here. The expiration serves nobody, and delay serves nobody. We respectfully request that you find that there's good faith into granting another extension of the CUP. Thank you. I believe Mr. Koffler is available to address the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Koffler, are you there?
Yes, I am. Just a second. Thanks, Commission, for hearing this item. I just want to put a face to the project. I've been working diligently on this project for quite some time now. And really, like Jay mentioned, we just want to get to work. We kind of at the stage now where all we need is approval of this extension to be able to submit our building plans, get them approved, and then start breaking ground. But we're kind of in limbo here, with our hands tied, not able to do anything at this time. As Jay mentioned, also, I just want to echo, we spent a substantial amount of money, time, investment, effort all over the place, talking to propagation experts, genetics experts, designers, engineers, everything under the sun to try to make sure design and strategy, is going to end up building a successful business and property in Weaverville. And so, again, we're just asking for an extension so we can, see this project to completion and get to work. Denying it is going to be a huge burden on us, who invested all kinds of money and time and effort on this thus far. So, thank you. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to ask. I can, provide any details you need.
Thank you, Mr. Koffler.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Koffler, could you walk us through this high level of investment and the energy to help us understand that it meets the level of investment that the attorney referenced the court's looking for to grant another extension?
Sure. Well, I mean, I go through several things, but just one, acquiring the property was a substantial investment. The former owner, who still holds a owner finance note on the property, we pay on every month. I mean, just that alone over these couple of years has been, easily over $150,000. We put money into consulting, architecture, and just the time and effort on my end, talking to vendors, trying to strategize on the operational efficiencies, developing SOPs, looking at, sales and marketing and outlets and everything that's related to the business end of things, is time consuming. So I value my time, and I'm not putting a dollar amount on it, but it is valuable, and I've invested a significant amount of it, including, in addition to actual dollars. But, if you want to get into the nitty gritty of it, we've adjusted the design that still complies with all the approved uses. Doesn't change the square footage, a lot of the square footage is, nothing like that. All we did is make, modify the design to make it better, more efficient, it's a better structure, we can get better security out of it. And that's all we're really asking for approval for in green light and planning, so that we could then take the next step and invest the additional money necessary to get us through building plans and submission.
When do you think that might occur? Let's suppose you have your extension issued in, a couple weeks, you're good to go. When do you think you would be submitting plans and be ready to engage with the building department?
If we can get the green light on our design and the extension, our architect he's ready to roll. He said he could have everything done and submitted, I think, in 3 to 4 weeks.
Any other questions?
If I could add one note to that question, I think the record and through staff's presentation is that Mr. Koffler has spent months talking back and forth with planning staff. And, I think that's, the case law is not necessarily set only on financial amounts. The standard is good faith intent. And he spent months talking back and forth with planning staff to try to get a design that works for the business and works for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Okay. Commissioner Sharp.
Mr. Kaufman, when did you purchase the property?
I want to say it was mid to late 2018, I can't remember the exact month, to be honest.
So what
But sometime after the original owner got the CUP approved, but I can't remember the timeline.
Sure. After your original purchase, what prevented you from moving forward with construction? And what you're asking for an extension on now?
Nothing prevented us from moving forward, but as Jay was mentioning, we have been moving forward the entire time, but we wanted to change the design because it was originally approved with the design that Steve Hagan, the former owner of the property, put together, and he's not, he's not an operator, right? So it wasn't optimal for us, and we wanted to change it to improve upon it. And that's where we kind of got stuck with planning, going back and forth with all these proposed changes. And really, I was trying to at the end of the day, but then I'm really not changing anything regarding the approved uses. We just wanted them to take a closer look at my design change and see that, like I said, it doesn't deviate from any of that, so that we could get a green light to then move into the next step. So we've been going back and forth a long time now.
So would you say it was because of planning that delayed your construction, or is it just took that long?
I would say the last year and a half, it's been planning's lack of determination on my design change and giving me that green light. And I understand, like Jay said, COVID has kind of changed the whole status of correspondence and whatnot, but I mean, you can see through, if you want to dig through all the emails and whatnot, I've called 1,000 times. It's very hard to get a hold of anyone in the department or get a call back. So these weeks can drag on, going back and forth about a couple details. And I think there's been a lot of confusion around the project, and so a lot of times I finally get a response, but I could tell that I wasn't even addressing what my question was. I didn't have to respond again, and like I said, this back and forth has gone on a while, and I would say if I could just get someone's attention, for a couple days to really work with me on going over all the details, I think they'd see that, we're right for determination, so we can move forward.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to bring it to public comment. Thank you, Mr. Harris and Mr. Coughlin. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this matter?
Veronica?
Hi, this is Veronica Kelly-Alves from Douglas City. I was a speaker back in 2018 when this original project came before the board, or the Planning Commission, and I just want to remind the Commission that there was a lot of public input regarding the design and this project in general. There was a lot of concern, and there was a great deal of input regarding how it was, the use of it. So any changes to it, I read through the documents, and it appears that the planning staff has determined that some of his changes and uses, which are much more than were originally planned for back in 2018. He wants to do something bigger, or a larger scale of things. They have determined we're not part of the CUP. And they have not had any public input. And while it may be the same square footage, it is a different design. There were a lot of environmental concerns at the time, and now we already have another approved similar project that is going to be in the same area, so density could be an issue. But it sounds like that this might be something that needs to be, might need a new CEQA, might need a new look at for a CUP, based on all the documents that were presented in backup for this meeting today. But any changes to a CUP that have had public input, any kind of change to that is going to be sensitive for the planning staff to take a look at. So that may be part of the issue as well. So any minor changes might seem minor to a new person stepping in, but they could be major to the planning staff, who is sensitive to the public, who had a lot of input in that 2018 CUP that was approved at the time. And Mr. McHugh may remember that back in the day. But there was a great deal of public input on that at the time. There might not be a lot tonight because it is homecoming week and people are working on float preparations for tomorrow, but I was the original speaker back in the day, and there was a great deal of concern about that site at the time and the design, and a lot of input went into that and the planning for that, and the CUP that was approved was very specific to public input. So just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alves.
Tom?
Tom Belanca, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tom Belanco, Douglas City. Obviously, I have the permit right next door. So, apply that as you will. When this came up a year and a half ago for the first extension, I actually spoke in favor of. That was largely due to the previous landowner, Steve Hagan, whose land value on a note he's carrying was tied directly into this CUP. Since that time, obviously nothing has happened, and our CUP has been approved. So I want to be this CUP was never for anything beyond nursery and manufacturing. That was not part of the original CUP. And were that CUP to come up, as a next door neighbor, we would resist that. I see that the plans the architect is working on are related to other uses beyond nursery. It looks like distribution and potentially manufacturing. Additionally, I think, there are other things besides a building permit that can show due diligence. For instance, just because you have a CUP doesn't mean you're also licensed by the county. I'm wondering if there was a license application ever applied for nursery, and whether there were any state licenses applied for. Anyway, I leave it to you guys. I'm not going to say one way or the other what to do, but there are more things to consider here. So I don't think an extension is necessary myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belanca. Is there any more public comment? Okay, if there is no more public comment, we will bring it back to the commission.
Can I provide just a clarifying couple of statements?
That's fine.
I think there was some confusion based on the comments from Tom and Veronica. So just to be clear, we are not proposing any other uses other than the originally approved nursery use. We had some discussion early on with planning about future plans potentially to add additional uses down the line of distribution, manufacturing, etc. But they, right off the bat, were very clear that, that would require another CP process, etc. I just want to be clear that all we're talking about right now is the original approved nursery and the uses associated with it. All we were suggesting or proposing is that we're optimizing design so that we can run a more efficient and successful business with that approved use.
Thank you, Mr. Coughlin.
Okay. Where do you stand on license applications for nursery licenses at the county and state level?
Well, like I said, we're in limbo right now because we don't have, an avenue to do anything without an extension in place. And at the state level, you can no longer get a license, arbitrarily without a, building and certificate of occupancy and all that. So there's really nothing that can be done until we have a building that's approved for operation.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the table?
Got some questions.
I think the proper procedure is we have a motion, and then we discuss the motion with the questions. Can I? Okay, right on.
I have a question. What is the use change? So what is the footprint change? So I've heard, discussion about, what was originally permitted in 18, and now there's, a different thing, maybe a different footprint. Is there any paperwork here to show that different footprint versus what was originally approved?
No, and should the use permit, should the planning commission decide to grant the extension, that would be dealt with through a separate process. And I think that is what Mr. Koffler was seeking, was he wanted a guarantee on that process, and we were asking him, if you look back to March 2021 email, we were asking, what changes are you making? So there is a area of code, and there's deviation. So that would be dealt with a different
So there is a
situation.
deviation. So what he is trying to do isn't in line with the originals.
As far as the footprint.
Correct.
And that, there's a process for addressing that separately.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The footprint is exactly the same. It's just we consolidated the buildings
And
into one.
Mr. Koffler?
Go ahead. Yeah.
We'll ask you questions when.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I think ultimately the issue is whether they should be granted the extension on the good faith. And according to their emails and conversations and the information the gentlemen are giving us, they haven't added anything to it, and I believe they have showed good faith. The project is in an industrial area. A lot of the problems we face are residential. This business is a commercial business in a commercial area. It's the opinion of good faith and whether they have met good faith. And as Jay said, to split hairs on whether it means 1 year as the cutoff or whether it's 1 year at a time, I think they've met the criteria to show good faith in that they haven't stalled. They're moving forward. Staffing issues, global pandemic aside, I think they show good faith.
I agree with that.
I could agree with that as well, because one of the things in reading a lot of the emails corresponding back and forth where Mr. Koffler would go and say, hey, ask something, and then it's like, I haven't heard back from you lately. Is there something like this? And it's like, and like you mentioned, with all the pandemic stuff and everything going on, it's like, and I know that there are some people in Ruth that they'd go to the planning department and be like, because of the circumstances that's going on, they'd be like, oh, you wouldn't believe what I ran into. We go over there and it's like, can't even go in, and it's like, I drove all that way for nothing. And so, and it's like, and I'm not trying to throw the ladies under the bus or any of that nature. I'm just being honest there, that it's like, I can see the effort that's put forth and with the world being turned upside down over this last year. I can see some good faith put forth, some efforts as well.
And to follow on with Commissioner Heaton, there's various different, I believe it was in red, that the office is closed. I think it said from February until the start of April, and people on vacation. And I personally don't think that Mr. Koffler, I understand the questions about why he hasn't proceeded. He has to seek out vendors, he has to check supply, he can't get the cart before the horse, build this building, spend all this money and then not have a supply chain to, for his manufacturing process. I think ultimately the issue at hand in front of us is whether they should get granted the extension. I don't see how they haven't shown good faith.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think we should think about here is the fact that potentially if he would have followed the original CUP when he bought it, that the building would have went up with public approval and comment as was designed. And it probably would have been done. The fact that he decided to change what the original CUP was for seems to be what has caused his delays, coupled with a global pandemic, planning department not being open, all those things. But I do think it's very relevant and important to understand that if he is changing design in any way, whether it's footprint or not, if there is a design change, this should go back in front of a public for approval. It's definitely worthy of public input. There's certainly a large portion of this community that has something to say about this. They had something to say about it when it was originally done, and if he's going to change that in any way, they should have an opportunity to comment on it. The fact that it's been 3 years and it's going to be changed seems like a good opportunity for maybe Mr. Koffler to reapply for a permit and a new CUP based on his new design, and allow the public to comment on it before it's pushed through.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharp. If I may, this project had gone through the entire vetting process for a CUP that was accepted, and the initial extension was accepted, and he has shown due process for pushing, making progress, and we all, people who live here in this county and as commissioners, understand the challenges with the hurdles of working with the planning department. And I think the discussion at hand is if the appeal to extend it one more time so that he can address any changes. Sounds like staff says if there are changes to the footprint, there are mechanisms to address those and protocols that he will be held to. So this time,
That's correct, Chairman.
at this time, is there any motions that we would like to hear?
If it would be helpful, I work with county council, should you get to this point, that I have something to offer up that may help with the motion, then I would be glad to pass that on for you.
Okay. So,
starting here, and taking it away. So we were kind of looking through this anticipation of giving you something to work with.
Thank you.
Over here, and to the next page, and where we're highlighted, and on the next page, and we also were highlighted in the next.
Thank you.
So take a look at that and see if that covers what you would feel comfortable with for a motion. Okay. So basically, in regard to this project, when I initially did my staff report on the resolution, and my recommendation was that the Planning Commission would uphold staff's recommendation and uphold the director's intent to expire this permit. And after we had some discussion with county council, and they had kind of a different viewpoint of how we were interpreting the ordinance to be just one extension of time. So in order to give the Planning Commission some alternatives to think about based on what your discussion is and whether you feel that this project does rise to them showing a good faith effort, County Council helped me put together some additional language in a new resolution that you may wish to use for a motion if you are looking for providing an extension of time this evening. So that, and I apologize to Mr. Koffler and Mr. Harris We didn't have this put together until like the 11th hour, but you know, I felt it was worth the opportunity to have something prepared, you know, based on the outcome for the planning commissioners to take a look at. So if you would like me to read through it for you, I can do that, or we can leave it up to the planning commission at whatever is your pleasure.
Well, I think so that the public can hear those findings, if you would read it.
Okay,
that would be great.
so basically in the resolution, and I'm going to skip down to the findings, which that the Planning Commission of the County of Trinity finds the discussion and action on the request of the appeal of expiration of a previously approved project will not have a significant impact on the environment, and therefore exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act under the General Rule Exemption 15061B3 on the basis that there are no substantial changes to the project or to circumstances under which the project is proposed to be undertaken, and no new information has become available or been made known showing unanalyzed environmental effects. And 2, makes the following findings to uphold the appeal: that Trinity County Code Section, TCC Section 17.32.050D, regarding the specific language that the Planning Commission or Planning Director may grant an extension of time not to exceed 1 year, should be interpreted to mean that more than one-year extension of time may be granted consecutively upon showing of good cause by the applicant. And 3, upholds the appeal of the appellant based on a showing of good cause by the appellant, and that the Planning Commission hereby grants such an extension of time not to exceed 1 year.
Thank you, Director Lejeune.
Should that have a date on it, or is it 1 year from the resolution?
Ultimately, if we had timely done the extension of time, a second extension of time, it would have been from June 2021 to June 7 of 2022. So that's, you know, on a regular procedure, that's how that would have worked.
So would it be beneficial, since we're hearing this now, to extend it for 1 year from this point? No. Okay.
I think that should be consecutive, year to year, June to June.
Yes,
June to June.
definitely.
Okay.
I have one question. On this, where it says not to exceed, on number 3, at the end of it said not to exceed 1 year. Is that going back exactly to where they'll be able to get another 1 year extension as well? Will that still?
This is precedent setting, so that would be an option if you can receive extensions as long as you've shown cause or good faith effort. Hopefully we don't come to that, but if a second extension is allowed, then a third could be allowed theoretically as well.
Therefore, going on indefinitely.
You know, that is one thing that we saw with someone, a CUP, where they had made progress on building a house. And that as long as they showed progress on building the house, the way the ordinance was written, that the house did not need to be completed within a particular time frame, but that there was progress that was shown.
Right, and our ordinance is pretty explicit in that, you know, once you have applied for your permit, it has been issued, and you have commenced the activity, then the use permit has been commenced. It's, you know, it is approved. You know, so you meet your conditions, you get your building permit issued, you start work, and then you no longer need to ask for any more extensions of time. And also, I would like to point out that even though we're talking about doing one-year extensions of time and the potential for them to have another extension of time even after this one, it still needs to come back to the Planning Commission for approval. You know, so what you're looking at granting still needs to meet code, and it still needs to be approved by the Planning Commission, and this would be on a yearly basis.
I'm sorry, for clarity, what would need to be approved by the Planning Commission?
Extensions of time.
Extensions of time,
Because,
of
and
course.
ultimately, because the use permit originally was approved by the Planning Commission, then it is under the purview of the Planning Commission to decide on the extension of time and whether the applicant has made a good faith effort to move forward with the project.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can presume that were it to come to next June and the applicant were asking for another extension, the bar would be pretty high on showing good faith. So
Exactly.
I'm comfortable with this.
Okay, let's put a motion on the table. Okay, I will motion that we uphold the appeal of resolution number PC 2021-13. Is that enough?
Since, I don't know, what do you think? Because we did read through it. How about Margaret?
This is Margaret. If you can reference the document that was read, that is fine. You don't need to reread it. But if you're adopting the findings as presented by the Deputy Planning Director as written, we're okay.
Yes. So the document presented by the Planning Director to uphold the appeal as written.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner McHugh seconds that. So let's bring this to a vote.
Do you want a roll call?
Okay. Do we need a roll call on this?
Yeah, I would recommend it, yes.
Okay, then let's do that.
Commissioner McHugh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Nay.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
We have an approval of 4-1.
Motion carries. Mr. Koffler, get to work.
Thank you to the commission, thank you to staff, and thank you to county council.
Thank you, everyone.
We don't want to see you in June.
Likewise.
Have a good evening.
Okay, let's move back to, in order before the Planning Commissioner's reports, we will go to item number 3, which is the annual initial variance, CZB-20-59. A request for a variance from the required 350-foot cannabis cultivation setback from a neighboring residential dwelling, TCC 17.43.050.A.8. Project site is located at 1950 Brady Road, Hayfork. Applicant, Salt Creek Growers, LLC, Philip Pijovic. Assessors, parcel number 011-410-15-00, continued from September 9th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Planning Director Hunter.
Okay, so this is an initial variant, cultivation setback variance request. The applicant is Philippe Pejovic. The agent is Flora. Both the agent and the applicant are present. This is a requested variance from the 350-foot cannabis cultivation setback from a neighboring residential dwelling. The location is 950 Brady Road in Hayfork. The parcel size of the cultivation site is 7.5 acres. And the zoning in that area is rural residential, the 10-acre minimum, and rural residential 10 general plan. Zoning is rural residential 10, the general plan is rural residential low density. There is a zoning overlay in this area, and that is a critical water resource overlay. And I have my zoning code, I'm happy to go over that if you have any questions on that. And due to the opposition that has been presented, the staff recommendation is to deny the request based on the finding that the proposed variance does not meet one of the guiding principles of granting a variance. Adjacent land uses in the area are basically residential and agriculture. Your attachments to the staff report include a project location map, a site map provided by the consultant, a 350-foot setback map with comments, site visit photos, and 2 comment letters that were submitted by neighbors who are in opposition to the proposed variance. The proposed license type is a small cultivation license type. That's a 10,000 square foot canopy. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the required 350 residential setback, 350-foot residential setback from the nearest residence. So that's a decrease from 350 feet to 70 feet. The nearest residence is APN 011-410-13, and that neighbor did submit a letter in opposition. As far as the discussion goes on this topic, there are 5 guiding principles when deciding whether to approve or deny a variance setback or a variance request. This happens to be a variance setback request. These 5 guiding principles have been used as findings to support approval of previous variances. This has been a consistent practice throughout this process with cultivation setbacks since they were introduced a few years ago. The 5 guiding principles are listed in your staff report. That includes no special privilege. Use variances are prohibited. That's the state law. You can't have a variance on a use. Only development standards. Disservice not permitted. And that means a variance must not be injurious to the public welfare nor to adjacent properties. Number 4 is not adverse to general or specific plan. And 5 is there's no RD1 overlay zone. And that's an area in the that's a zoning that you find in the national recreation area. And that's why the Secretary of Agriculture has to approve that. That's mostly around Trinity Lake. It's other areas, but a lot around Trinity Lake. So the staff recommendation is, given the comments received by nearby neighbors, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the commercial cannabis variance CCB-20-59 to reduce cultivation site setback in Trinity County Code 17.43.050-A8, from 350 feet to 70 feet from the residence located on assessor's parcel number 011-410-13. The service of not permitted. This is the guiding principle that is not met. The purpose of the 350-foot setback requirement provision in Trinity County Code is to mitigate odor and other commercial cannabis-related activities on nearby residences and neighbors. The emphasis given to the neighbors that are less than 350 feet from a proposed cultivation site. The owners of 2 adjacent APNs have have expressed their concerns that the proposed cultivation site would be injurious to them. The requested variance is to, as we have discussed, is to reduce from 350-foot setback to 70 feet on a nearby residence. The owner and residents of this property has submitted public comment that her welfare will be negatively impacted by the potential cultivation. She refers to existing limited water availability, which will be put under further strain if the proposed cultivation goes through. Ms. Schiffler also explained in her comment, and Mrs. Schiffler is the adjacent neighbor, that new lights have been put up which shine through the night and limit her ability to sleep. Public comments submitted by another neighbor, a resident at APM 011-410-18, also expresses concerns over water availability and growing density in the area if the proposed cultivation is allowed. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance based on public comments citing light pollution, water quantity issues, general nuisance issues, and harm to public welfare. So there are exhibits as an aerial view and then a site plan that was produced by Flora, the consultant and authorized representative. And then there is a map showing these circles. That's the 350-foot setback map. And that gives you a better idea of how close that residence is to the site. I also want to add that there was a less than 3-acre conversion completed on this site. And we received concerns from neighbors immediately after that occurred. A less than 3-acre conversion is a Board of Forestry application. Basically, you're removing a certain amount of trees for timber, and so you need to get an exemption for removing those trees. This occurs for residences and various properties, but there are certain areas where the less than 3-acre conversion applies, and this was one of them. So trees were removed. The county does sign off on that as a zoning. Just in zoning, we will verify that the zoning is correct, that the person is licensed or applying for the cultivation program or building a house. So we will verify zoning. And yes, that 3-acre conversion was approved. Unfortunately, the clearance went all the way to the neighbor's property, so no trees, or very few trees, if any, were left as a screen. All the trees were removed to the property line with that less than 3-acre conversion, unfortunately, and many neighbors were concerned during that process. And that's a gray area. That's difficult when those 3-acre conversions are presented. We're not on site, it's not our process, but that did occur, and I did want to mention that. So when you look at the photos, you see the after effect of the less than 3-acre conversion. And then the last two attachments are the letters from the concerned neighbors. And I also want to thank Skylar. She assisted with the staff report, and I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Director Hunter. Are there any technical questions for staff in this commission? So, could I have some clarity, Director? It's my understanding that when a 3-acre conversion in Trinity County occurs, isn't there, as of the last, I'm not sure when it was in place, that there was, if you have intentions of growing cannabis, wasn't there some type of, like you have to have approval for a license before doing a 3-acre conversion for cannabis production? Is there some type of...
There is no guidance for staff on a less than 3-acre conversion in code.
There is no guidance? There is
no guidance, and that is something I would really recommend be created. There's also no fee. It can take hours to approve some of these, going through them. So There was an interim urgency ordinance in 2017. That expired, that had a fee, that had some guidance, and I think that's what you're referencing. Unfortunately, that expired, and when an urgency ordinance expires, it's done if it's not codified.
Okay.
And that was not.
Okay.
How do you codify something like that?
Well, if it's under the zoning code, we get direction from the planning commission, and it's drafted, and we bring it back to you if it's under the zoning code. If it's a different part of the code, there's a different process for that. It may not go, if it's not, your purview is the zoning code, Title 17. If it's another section of code, then it would go to the board. Margaret, are you there? Did I get that right?
They don't go to the board.
They all go to the board. But they don't, but you're advisory on Title 17 land use issues. So anything land use related comes to the Planning Commission. If it's in another section of code, say Section 8 or the building code section, then that doesn't come to the Planning Commission for recommendation to the board. But yes, they all go to the board ultimately for approval. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, at this point, is the applicant Philip Pejovic present to speak?
Good evening, yes. Philippe is here on a right with Flora, his representative. I don't know which order you'd like to go in. We both have some things to say, so if you don't mind me opening it, and then Philippe can go after, and then rest of public comment, I appreciate that. And just to confirm, I have more than 3 minutes. I hope not to take too much time, though. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hope you all are well. This is a unique situation where, yes, a neighbor within the 350-foot setback has opposed the variance. However, the department's decision to advise to deny this variance based on light pollution, water quantity issues, general nuisance issues, and harm to public welfare, that is all addressed in their Appendix C, their CEQA document. We have not been able to submit that due to policy in the cannabis department right now. They're only accepting Appendix Cs for renewals, and this is a new application. This application was submitted late 2019. It's been sitting there since. So we have it drafted and ready to go as soon as the department is willing to take it. So all of the issues brought up by Ms. Shipley are addressed in that CEQA document, including aesthetics. The applicant will talk to you shortly about his plan on replanting trees as well as already grown shrubbery to conceal her view of the cultivation. Air quality, which talks about odor issues. It is required in these, per the final EIR, to have an odor mitigation plan. We have developed one for this license, so odor will not be an issue based on that. Water availability is also part of CEQA and part of that review, and we have also addressed that. So all of the concerns that would fit the reason the department's recommending denial would be null and void as long as we could submit that Appendix C and get it reviewed. Additionally, in regards to lights, there are no new lights. And again, the mitigations that will be implemented on this site will help shield any potential lighting from their house, including on the greenhouses. It is required per the final EIR to have blackout tarps and to mitigate lights for that reason. So we are prepared and ready to go to review those mitigations with the department. We've just been waiting on them to accept it. I do want to address the 3-acre conversion. As part of that process, I know Director Hunter already talked about how the county does approve it. Per the California Code of Regulations, specifically Title 14, Chapter 4, Section 1104.1A3. I can say that slower if you wanted to write that down. California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Chapter 4, Section 1104.1A, as in apple, 3, states that notices must be given from the RPF to the neighboring residents that this work is about to be initiated. This is before the conversion of timber is even started. So these neighbors, CAL FIRE did sign off on the 3-acre conversion permit as well. Both the department and CAL FIRE would not have signed off on this if those protocols were not followed. So notice was given to these neighbors that this was going to occur. There is an ability for them to comment if they had concerns, and they may have commented to the department, but nothing official, at least in our file, copies of the 3-acre conversion were made. So there was a time to comment. Again, there would be a time to comment in the near future when the Appendix C is reviewed and noticed, once the department gets to do that. I don't believe this is the time to talk about water, air, aesthetics, because we have not had the opportunity to give this document to the planning department. I believe these are issues that should be raised at that time, should the neighbor be concerned to do so. And just to kind of address really the proposed site plan overall, as you guys can see on the site plan, not only has the work already been done, and I don't know if we need to talk about all the costs and expenditures made, especially since we've been waiting since 2019 to have this license approved. But anywhere that you would land a potential cultivation on the site is going to hit neighbors, the 350-foot setback. So the potential of relocating this operation to meet 350 feet would be drastic, and I'm not sure it would be doable to be able to get it out of that way. Obviously, no infrastructure has been built because we've been waiting on the license to be issued, but the work has been done to clear the trees. So again, the applicant will talk about the mitigations that they plan on implementing. That will be part of the official Appendix C that will be reviewed by the department as soon as we are allowed to turn it in. In addition, if we could find another place to put the cultivation, if that were possible, it may take even more development. It may take even more clearing of trees and such. And so the whole point, if we go back to CEQA, since that's our biggest conversation, of course, if we go back to that, the whole point of that is minimal environmental impact, as minimal as possible. So what's already been done has been done legally. It has gone through the approval process. The remainder of the license approval process is shortcoming with the Appendix C. I would highly suggest that we do not do any additional development in regards to clearing of trees, groundbreaking, etc. Let's follow the state law under the California Environmental Quality Act, and let's make this as minimal as possible. Granting this variance would help us do that, and then we can move on to the next step of submitting that CEQA document, receiving any comments then, which is the appropriate time in these regarding these issues, and then maybe we'll see each other again on that time, or maybe it'll be a department discussion. Not quite sure how that's going to work yet, but it is appropriate, I believe, tonight to approve the variance for somebody who's been waiting on this a very long time, so we can continue moving forward. This is also somebody who has been in the area for a long time too. They are well established in the Hayfork area. They are here to be here. Very proud to call them one of my clients, and I'll let him speak shortly. If you have any questions before I step down, then I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Yes?
Why was this parcel here chosen if there was no way anywhere on the parcel you'd give the 350-foot variance? Why was this particular parcel? Why not purchase another one?
That is an investment question you can ask the applicant. I was not the person who purchased it. The property does fit zoning requirements. It does fit all other requirements to the ordinance. And the 350-foot setback gives us the opportunity to have an exception, which is why we're here tonight. So when somebody, and I'm not saying this is the applicant, but if somebody's looking for a property in their price range that fits all requirements, and that's an outlier, they will take that opportunity anyway due to the availability of properties, price range, things like that. So I believe that I've seen this. I've been doing this since 2018, and we've had so many variances come through here based on parcel size. There's no minimum requirement in the ordinance for a parcel size. If that were the case, if they required 5 acres minimum to do a license type such as 10,000 square feet, we probably wouldn't be having these conversations. But people have the right, according to the ordinance, to find properties that fit the zoning requirements, and this fits all of them, other than this one exception, and this is why we're here today.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr.
Petrovic.
Petrovic?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Philippe, and behind me is my brother Lazar. So we bought the property 2 years ago with the intention to live and work on the property. We paid for biological assessment, cultural assessment. We also hired Flora Consulting Services in order to be compliant as possible in this lengthy process. After that, we obtained the permits for less than 3-acre conversion and grading permit. With our cannabis application, we submitted costly CEQA documents so we can be as compliant as possible. Beside all this mentioned above, we invested our life in this. Let me now just concentrate on our neighbor Mary comment. Obviously, in this complaint letter, she's complaining about the lack of the trees, but in my opinion, that's not a good standpoint for objecting about our intention to grow. The inconvenience she is having would not go away if this is not approved or denied. I feel sorry that she feels this way, but I don't understand why she didn't complain before we cut the trees and did grading. Our notice for 3-acre conversion was posted for months before we cut the trees. We spoke with her personally during that time, and she didn't complain. When we spoke with her, then she even asked us if we could cut some firewood for her, which we did, and even deliver it to her home. Now, when I found out about her complaint, I offered to plant some fast-growing trees between us, but she suddenly refused to talk with us. Her second standpoint is a light pollution, which I'm totally positive she wouldn't have to worry about, since we are aware that light pollution is illegal in greenhouses, and we always make sure that we are in compliance with that. So in front of you today are two options. Option one is to deny our variance, which is going really to affect us negatively and not help her in any way, because her problem would not go away. Option two would be to approve this variance application and let us grow and make a living. We are going to make sure we are being respectful to her, plant trees between us, and stay good neighbors. Regarding the concerns over the water shortages, we have spoken with our neighbors, and no one has experienced any water shortages even during this dry season. We don't see there is proof that our farm will cause water shortages problems. Let me also mention that we already have a state license that we paid over $11,000 a year ago. Now our state license is due for renewal again, even though we can't grow because we are waiting for the county license, which was applied for over a year and a half ago. We also have a CEQA document. We actually submitted that document to the county, and now we are waiting for the county to process our document. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Does do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Oh, thank you. Yes, we'll open this up to public comment.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Hi, this is Veronica Kelly-Albies with Douglas City, from Douglas City, sorry. This is so difficult because you have a property owner who has purchased a property, has a business plan, has been working diligently, but it also severely highlights the issue that has caused such tension within the county. It is the highlighting of purchasing a property with, in my opinion, neighbors be damned. And it is what continues to be a problem within the cannabis industry. It is the neighbors within residential, rural residential, that will have a problem. And just to hear Flora on a right say, everything is within the allowances except for this one thing. And this one thing that so severely impacts the neighbors. And we should let it happen because we've invested so much money. We should let it happen because this is going to be happening anyway. These neighbors have given, the variance was put in place so neighbors could have the right to give input, to have some protections. And they've given their input and they have said that this is going to impact their lives. This is going to create a hardship for them. This is going to create a negative effect on their health and welfare. And to discount that in such a condescending way is what creates such tension, I think, sometimes. And I hope that the commission will understand that the neighbors have a right to a quiet enjoyment of life as well. And just being able to purchase something within your price range does not give you a commercial right to destroy someone else's enjoyment of a peaceful existence. And not that I want them to not have a successful business, but this is a shining example of why better planning needs to happen so that cannabis industry can have a successful business without destroying that quiet existence for others. There needs to be better planning, but please take into account that needs to happen. Just purchasing a piece of land does not guarantee you a variance. You have everything in place for these neighbors to say, no, this is not the right thing. Please do not grant this variance. I urge you to not grant the variance based on the neighbors' input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica.
Tom Blanco?
Tom, are you there?
Good evening, I am. Can you hear me?
Sort of.
Not sure if you can hear. Okay, I'll try to talk a little louder. I wanted to talk specifically about the 3-acre conversion, because I do think a lot of the problems seem to be from the removal of trees. And I know this is an issue that's come up for Trinity County previously. And our ordinance from 2017, the urgency ordinance, was probably borderline. 3-acre conversion is really the classic example of a ministerial action. It's not a discretionary action. It's a checklist, and it's urgent. Even if your neighbors are against it. The reason that there's notice to the neighbors is to say, hey, you're about to conduct timber operations on a spring that you didn't identify or something like that. But it's not for a popularity contest to say, hey, I really like those treated allows. It is a simple checklist. It's a good way to get through the CEQA process because it is exempt from CEQA because it is a checklist. And it's a ministerial. There's no discretion involved. So to the extent this comes down to, oh, why didn't they get consulted or they were against the 3-acre conversion, there's no such thing. Well, we can discuss whether there ought to be or not, but that's not what the law is. A 3-acre conversion is a ministerial permit from CAL FIRE. Bringing us back to what is discretionary is what's before you right now, the variance. And this is a difficult one. I haven't been to this property. I don't know what is available in terms of placing the cultivation area somewhere where it might not disturb neighbors. But this is up to you. I do want to acknowledge the effort that's been put in here. I also acknowledge the letters that have been sent. So that again is a decision for you to make. I would not make it on the trees, I'd make it on the cultivation itself. And to the extent there's mitigations that can be imposed to minimize any impacts, I think it's certainly worth exploring those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Is there any more public comment?
I'm not showing any.
Okay.
In the room.
Lisa?
Hi, good evening. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Just to emphasize a few things that have come up. The 3-acre conversion could have been done for something else and the trees would still be gone. So the neighbor would be impacted really the same because there wouldn't be trees, right? And she had been talking to Philippe and Lazar up until just recently, so we're not sure what changed there. But she's really not complaining about what the intent of the variance is when we formed it in the ordinance, and that is really for odor, right? That's the reason that the 350-foot variance was put in. It's not about, and she's not complaining about noise, so there's a comment about having a quiet life. She misses the trees probably, right, after it's done, but it could have been done for a house, and she wouldn't have anything really to say about that. And the applicant is offering certainly to put up trees, some fast-growing ones, and to work with her. Actually delivered firewood at her request from that 3-acre conversion to her. And I think that effort will still be going on from the applicant to be a good neighbor. So I think we need to kind of take it back to what was the intent of variances in the first place. It was for odor. Odor mitigation will be addressed in the CEQA document. His CEQA document has been prepared. I know at one point we had been turning them in prior to the new policy of renewals only, so it hasn't gone through a review process. We have some pretty extensive mitigation odor control plans that have been developed by some PhD scientists to make sure that even close proximity, fully contained greenhouses do not emit any kind of noxious odors. So I would urge you to, let's address the CEQA kind of issues during the CEQA review process, and to allow this applicant who has gone through the process and all the steps he needs to take, as well as trying to reach out to the neighbor, and to approve the variance and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is no more public comments, we will close public comment and bring our discussion back to the commission.
Wait.
David Alves wants to speak.
She already spoke.
She already spoke, so.
No, David Alves.
This is David.
David.
All right, David?
May I speak?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Everything's been said about the investment of the new resident who wants to grow, but nobody has defended all the expenses of the current homeowner and all that she's gone through to live in that peaceful environment in a residential area, not a commercial grow area. This is the biggest concern that everybody's has right now. If we were to establish rural residentials as what is supposed to be a residence, not a commercial zone, as our general plan states, then these issues wouldn't be coming up. But right now, well, I just wanted to address the poor person who's got a huge investment in their own property, and that hasn't been spoken of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alves. Okay, at this point, we will close public comment. Bring it back to the commission. Is there any discussion?
I have some opinions, or a thought or two. For one, it's Mrs. Shipley. I do not know her personally, but I do know many people in Hayfork. I did a lot of work in Hayfork as a carpenter and stuff of that nature, and I know that like my sister, she lives in Hayfork. And but one of the things is like that Miss Veronica and her husband David, that it's like you have people who've lived on their parcel for a period of time, and then somebody comes in and buys the parcel, and like the statement was said, nowhere on the parcel could you get a 350-foot deal. Your 300-foot clearance without hitting a house. We did many, and I participated and I passed and agreed where it's like, okay, I'll give the variance, but the variance is surrounded by other commercial grows. Now we're in a spot, yes, you can see there's commercial grows here and here, but it's like this lady doesn't have a commercial grow around her, and she doesn't have any, and she doesn't have, from everything that I can see, there's no grow on her parcel. It's like that I would agree with Ms. Kelly and David, whatever their names were. I'm sorry, I forget, I'm slaughtering your name. But I'm in agreement. I think that, no, it's like they should have found a parcel that had the 350-foot clearance. That's my personal opinion in the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Heaton.
It's gonna be fun to sit back and watch you guys fix this. Yeah, right. The whole 350-foot setback fiasco needs to get fixed. That was a bad idea from the get-go. And the precedence and the practice of this commission for years has been that if a neighbor objects, then it's considered a disservice and we don't approve the variance. Part of the fun watching this going forward is going to be watching Appendix C get resolved with variances. I'm not sure how the process works where a CEQA plan under Appendix C gets submitted before or after a variance, and there's nothing in the code that says, by the way, if you're going to do a conversion plan that addresses lights and odor, not a conversion plan, wrong, bad choice of words. You're going to do an Appendix C checklist that addresses all those things that someone might object to in a variance. Well, where does the negotiation with a neighbor happen in that process that says, we're going to do all this stuff so you don't need to object to a variance? I mean, this whole thing is just interesting. All of that's future work. And where we stand today is the CEQA versus variance thing is not resolved in terms of how that plays together. The precedent of the commission is to be consistent. If someone has objected to a variance, we don't allow the variance. That's kind of what we're facing. And resolving the tension between Appendix C and variances and a whole bunch of other issues will be good work too, but what you guys undertake.
You know, the variance process is something that I've been intricately involved in. My property was one of the first licenses in the county and was the first variance to be adopted. My family and my community heavily lobbied to allow for variances in communities and in neighborhoods that had found balance with commercial cannabis cultivation. Small parcels like the Pines, where all the neighbors are doing it, and it is not a nuisance, it is not an issue. But the key to that was having a balance with your neighbor. That if you had to bring it forth to a variance, you had better talk to your neighbor about it and make sure that your neighbor was on the same page as you and in support of it, so that you weren't wasting your time. It was about finding a balance of commercial cannabis cultivation on small parcels. And as Commissioner McHugh stated, it was, you know, if no neighbor had anything to say about it, then why not? But if there's a neighbor that is 70 feet away from your garden and you just cut down every single tree between the garden and the neighbor, where actually, technically, it looks like you could have cut down the trees around your house, but you pushed it to the edge of your property while saving your trees to the exclusion of your neighbor's trees. I see why you do such a thing. You know, trees are nice, especially around your house. So Yeah, it's, the variance issue is a complicated threading of the needle for neighborhoods that are, and neighbors that are in support of commercial cannabis cultivation right next door.
I would agree with what both of you guys are saying. The only thing that I would like to point out with the variance process, in all other planning, in my experience is very limited, but a variance is something that is done out of the norm. It's not, it's a special thing. There's got to be a very good reason. It's, you know, in everything I've read so far, being a very young planning commissioner, a variance is something that doesn't come out very often. It's something that's used when there's no other way. And it seems like in cannabis that it's the only way. And the thing that I think that we're missing with using a variance, in the case where you were describing, Duncan, was what happens when the person next door doesn't grow marijuana anymore, but there's a residence there? What happens to the value of that home? Now the home is surrounded by variances, and it's no longer a viable place for people that don't want to have smell or any of that. And we've created these parcels and these residences that are really unoccupiable unless you want to grow marijuana. So it really limits the use of the land, limits the people that can buy it, limits the use, and kind of deviates from all your general plans of creating harmony in your communities. And it seems like the variance is the tool that's being used to make that happen. It seems very short-sighted. It works for now, but what about in 10 years? What about in 20 years? What about in 30 years? And that's my concern with variances and approving them at all, unless there's an absolute reason that, and there is no other way. You know, I kind of look back, the only other one that I could recollect to that we've done here since I've been here was the one at the airport, where a guy had, you know, a building he wanted to build that was in line. There was no other way for him to do it. It didn't affect his neighbors now or in the future. So that seemed like, okay, there's a proper use of the variance. But just to hand out variances, just to make something work for now, seems like we're missing the point of the variance.
If I may address some of those concerns. The cannabis variance for this ordinance is, maybe it shouldn't have been called variance, because a variance is a particular mechanism for, that is a, in planning traditionally, it's a permanent use that is a variance from
The general plan.
The plan or of the lot, but it is once you grant that variance, it's permanent. Recognizing that the problems with that, and as the supervisors were trying to thread the needle in this very complicated issue, they made this an annual variance, which they shouldn't have called it a variance. They should have called it something else because it's not really a variance. But it's an annual, so if that person moves, it's on the chopping block every year. It's on the chopping block. Yeah.
I have a question. Well, it's not giving my opinion one way or another. Ms. Wright explained that in the CEQA, there was a bunch of provisions to try to appease the neighbor. They haven't been able to submit it yet for whatever reason, staffing or office. Would it be conceivable that CEQA could be reviewed to see if it is an amicable agreement with the neighbor? I know it hasn't been submitted, but perhaps there is a provision in that would appease Ms. Shipley.
Possibly.
Just a thought.
I think that's the process gap I'm referring to. Is
Sure.
looking at a proposed CEQA mitigation plan and saying, well, you don't, how long is your variance? And then, of course, the mitigation plan's not implemented, it's changed. there's a whole bunch of holes in the process that gotta get fixed to make that really work, I believe. And we're not there yet.
So how would you address that? How would we?
That's up to you guys.
It's gonna take.
We're not gonna fix it tonight.
Yeah, we're not fixing it tonight, no.
Could I provide an alternative quickly that we just all thought of?
I don't mind.
Okay. We could continue this item until after the Appendix C is reviewed so that we can bring any concerns from Ms. Shipley that we believe would be addressed via Appendix C, tie it all in to the same hearing. I mean, potentially the department hasn't been very clear if Appendix Cs are going to be brought to the commission or not. From what I hear, it may be a case-by-case basis. So because they're not processing his cultivation application anyway, and the cart may be being put before the horse, we could also continue this, wait till Appendix C is received, reviewed, and then wrap it all into one hearing if that's the requirement. Thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you for that.
May I speak to that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I think that's a good alternative. And also, the reason we aren't accepting, we are phasing which appendices we work on. So a little background on that, it's been mentioned a few times. We're currently accepting those licenses in good standing that have been issued, and were issued extension letters under the urgency ordinance, trying to get those through really quickly. We have consultants on board. There will be a transition plan provided for the Board of Supervisors consideration on Tuesday, which outlines the process. So, but to build on what Ms. Wright had suggested, in this case, knowing the transition plan, the second phase that we'll be accepting are new license applications that are waiting from the 2019-2020. You know, I would be willing under these circumstances, because the variance is questionable, to take that in immediately and send it to the consultants that we have on board to get that process so we can get this matter resolved.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Pijovic, is that what you would like to see as an outcome, as an alternative?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes?
Motion to continue to a date uncertain.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor of this continuance to a date uncertain, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries. If I could make just a recommendation or a suggestion to you, Mr. Pijovic, your way forward, the best way forward, I would recommend, is through your neighbor Mary. You know, find a way to rest her concerns at ease, or else it's a real steep hill to climb when your neighbor right next door doesn't want it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to all the items are finished, so we're moving on to the planning commissioner's report. Does any commissioners have anything they would like to report?
It's been a long meeting.
Nap time? Stating the obvious.
I've actually had 3 requests by citizens to schedule a historic district commission meeting, and they get pretty adamant about it.
Say that again, on what district?
The historical district.
There's 2 historical districts. There's the Lewiston, that have architectural review committees.
Thank you.
Lewiston and Weaverville, and we have some pending issues in Weaverville, plus a new sign coming on the new building that needs to be approved. So I probably won't be here for that.
All right. So.
Yeah, there are a number of committees that have been neglected. Historic preservation is definitely one of them, so that's very high on my list. So,
You don't want to get your name in the paper.
I'm sorry.
Definitely the front page.
It will be on the front page.
So yes, that's something that I would like to move forward with. I need to do a little bit of investigation to see how those meetings are set up, where they're typically held, excuse me, and make sure that we still have access to those venues if it's not here. So that is a work in process for me.
Thank you all. Forward that message.
All right.
Well, this being my last meeting, I would just like to thank all my fellow commissioners for the privilege of serving with you on this commission and all the past commissioners I served with. I'd like to thank the board for their confidence in putting me here. It's been a very interesting 5 years. Certainly want to thank the staff who's tolerated me up here and my various wanderings and musings up here, and I hope it hasn't been too difficult. I'd like to thank my friends in the audience who've been out there for so long. Not just tonight, but for all these years. And Commissioner Brower back there, whom I served with, went off to commissioner training with years ago. So I'd like to thank Darrell for recording all of this. And it's a great resource to be able to go back and look at the recordings of what's happened in the past. So I just want to thank everybody and for the privilege of being here, and I hope it did some good.
Mike, I'm gonna miss you, because I greatly appreciate your insight and your input, so thank you.
Well, you guys are going to do great, because you have been doing great.
Yeah, I also have to add that it has been, well, maybe what has it been, 6 years? I think there was a year before you were a commissioner that both of us were at the podium.
Yeah.
And, you know, going toe to toe and then, you know, having Chinese food together, you know, before you were commissioner, trying to just find common ground, because I think we felt that we both had integrity and we both were standing up for something that we believed in. And, you know, during that process, and as you have been a commissioner for the last 5 years, you have provided so much insight and so much historical understanding over those years of experience that yeah, there will be a hole in this commission when you're not here that will probably take many years of experience to fill. So,
well, you guys are spinning up quickly. I suspect the seat won't be open long.
You know, and
floating it at the board right away.
They are.
You'll get someone here then.
By next month.
And I personally, I don't know how people could want to leave Trinity County unless you're going to a place like Sun Valley. You know, so I understand.
That's going to take a year to get done. So.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Appreciate the kind words.
Thank you.
And I'm also looking forward to the Planning Commissioners Association extravaganza that we're all going to embark on in the next couple days. So I think it's appropriate to say let the party begin. Or maybe that's not appropriate.
Planning commissioner-ness evolve, yes. I hope you have a good time at that, and it's a good networking opportunity to meet neighboring commissioners too, and get some stories.
There's one thing I'd like to add, which is the other person who's not going to be here next month. Director Hunter has been serving through a tough time, giving it her all. So I want to commend you for a job well done, and given the constraints and difficulties and so.
And an adventure, but always a pleasure to work with.
Pleasure to work with you.
Yeah, here.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Is there any planning director's report?
Anything for you?
There are so many things that I can't, probably no, because I can't bring coherently this whole thing that we're going to be looking forward to when Kim leaves us. So kind of a work in progress. Definitely have some information for you at our next meeting, which is in November on the 18th, because the 11th and the 24th are holidays. So it'll be a little bit different. Yeah.
General plan, Trinity.
The general plan at this point hasn't been officially announced, but I'll go ahead and dive in and say it. The general plan is pretty much on hold right now. One of the with the cannabis fees that are paid, there's other revenue that comes in for the general plan, but the bulk of it has been from cannabis licensing. So with the hiatus on cannabis licensing until Appendix Cs are processed, there's concern that we will not be able to cover the total cost of the general plan until the license revenue comes back in. So a zoning update will continue because there are requirements for state law that must be met, and we do have some grant funding for that. So there will be changes to zoning that continue, but the general plan has been pushed out a bit. And I hope, I've talked to CAO Coons about providing a memo to the public with more information on that.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Hey, buddy. What time is it?